Hello, hello, hello. Guess who you've got today? You have got two different people, actually, one different person, but he's back from Southeast Asia. He's come to our stream on Tel Cockerel, and it's Chang. How are you today, Chang?
I'm very well today. Thank you for asking, Queen Ellie. I hope my audio or my microphone is a lot better now. Otherwise, if not, I will still have to work on it as we go along with the show. But thank you very much for having me on. Although I know this is
Oh
supposed
my
to be
God.
like a ladies only show between you and Miss Ash. But yeah, I'm absolutely thrilled to be back. And I hope everyone who's watching this, either live now or in playback, you're all having a stress-free weekend with Spurs not playing anytime soon to ruin your weekend. But all the same, great international action throughout this whole weekend, especially with the likes of England, France, Spain, Belgium, and pretty much all of Europe playing. And I hope your countries or your nations have had favorable results. But I
Yeah.
believe we have some news to get into as well, Queen Ellie, especially over on the Spurs ladies. Some incoming
Yeah.
news you have for us from the Spurs ladies, Queen Ellie?
Yeah, like Spurs ladies, right? We've signed a really good player, Australian Hayley Raso, which is really exciting because she's a really good striker, and we need somebody else because Beth England's getting older. She's still producing, but she didn't score as many goals, and there was a time where she got injured and she was out for quite a long time. But when she played in the FA Cup final, you can see she still got it, but she needs help. And Martha Thomas was helping her, chipping in with a lot of goals, and so was Jessica Naz, who actually made the England squad. So I was really proud of Jessica Naz because she really did deserve it this season because she pushed on and she got to new heights. But Hayley Raso coming, Chang, that's exciting news, isn't it?
Yep, exactly that. Because as we were waiting for this show to start, I did have a chat with some of the people who are already in the chat right now over here. Yep, the
Nice.
chat over here. And if you were to scroll through the chat, I believe, let me see now. Yes, it is Mr. Scott Colliver. Welcome, Mr. Scott
Yeah.
Colliver.
What I'll
Thank you
do,
so
I'm
much
going to
for being
scroll up.
patient with us. Thank
I'm going
you
to
for
scroll
hanging
up.
with
Here we
us.
go.
Here we go. And there's this comment right
You
here
want
by
to
Mr.
you
Scott
want to do the
Colliver.
chat? You want to do the chat, Chang, and I'll do
Yes,
the
we
rest.
should.
All right.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
But
I'm going to
in
bring it
order to
up. I'm going to bring it up. There you go. That's the first
thank
person in.
thank you,
Thank you,
Dekaru,
Daikaru.
for thank you very much, Dekaru, for hanging there with us, for being present even before we got the show started.
Yeah.
And I hope you're having a great weekend yourself too, Mr. Dekaru. Looking forward to your presence. I feel during a watch along, maybe either on this stream, El Cockerel, or one Talk and Ball for next weekend's crunch North London derby tie, which I
Bring
feel
it
a
up.
lot of us
Bring
are
it up.
waiting expectantly for it. Regardless of the result, regardless of the outcome of that match, I feel that all of us have a lot to be positive about. And of course,
Mm.
yeah, there are some other things that we will get through as we go along in the show with the chat as well.
Yeah.
Things like Declan
Mm.
Rice's suspension,
I know.
the unavailability of Mikel Marino, and whether or not
Yeah.
we will see the likes of Richarlison and Dominic
Yeah, I
Solanke
know.
come next
Is
weekend
he
for the
going to
North
be
London
all
Derby.
right?
But if you were to just go to the next comment, I believe there's a
Yeah, I'm going
comment
to
by
go to
Mr.
the next
Scott
comment. I
Cleaver.
wonder who this is.
This is me. So I was trying to keep everyone preoccupied before we got the show
Yeah.
underway.
You're a good
And I
man.
am
You're a good
truly sorry.
man.
I am very, very sorry that we are a good, 10, 15 minutes late when it was originally set
So
for a
let
9
me
a.m.
read
UK
your
time
one out,
kickoff.
Chang. Let me read your one out because it seems a bit weird you reading out your own chat. So it says, greetings and a very good Sunday morning, afternoon, evening to everyone who's waiting for the start of the show. My apologies that it hasn't started yet, so I'm trying to get through to Queen Ellie. Right, so Queen Ellie was cooking breakfast for her family, right? And I was a bit delayed because everybody got up late. So it wasn't my fault. They got up 8. I told them to get up early so I can make them breakfast. So I was a little bit behind. So I really do apologise, but I was doing the motherly thing and I was doing the wife thing for my husband because, as everybody knows, my husband is disabled, so he can't, and he doesn't. He's never cooked anything in his. Well, I'll tell a lie. He has cooked pasta and he has cooked cheese on toast. But that's about it. Oh, yeah, and he once cooked a little bit of rice for Sophie when she was ill. Because rice is good for when you've got a dodgy belly. Yeah, that was it. That's his whole exploits through 43 years of marriage.
Wow, 43 years of bliss.
Yeah, 43 years of bliss, but 43 years of avoiding cooking. Anyway, we'll go on to the next comment. Right, Daikaru's just put 0. So what is that referring to, the 0?
If
And
you
then
have to
the
go
next
to the next one, yeah.
Yeah, and then, now we've got Chang again. So I just got off the phone with Queen Elliot. I'm about to receive the StreamYard link for the show. Thanks for hanging in there and being patient with us both as we are trying our utmost best to start as ASAP. So I really do appreciate you all, and so does Chang, obviously, that you stayed with us, all right? Because sometimes things come up in life and you have to deal with it. Right. But Chang phoned me up and I thought, oh my God, it's that time. Because I didn't have my phone in the kitchen. I had it outside. So I was trying to keep track of time. But, you know, sometimes you lose track. All right. So Scott Colliver saying, hello, Ellie and Chang. Right. So over to you, Chang. You read the next one.
Okay, so this is the message by Mr. Scott Colliver that I was alluding to earlier before we started going through the chat. And he says that his favorite Matilda's player, Hayley Russell, is now a Spurs player. And he thinks that this is going to be an excellent signing for the Spurs lady. So this is where I really need your expertise and your insight into Hayley Russell and what she will bring to the Spurs ladies. Because quite honestly, much like Wilson Odebeer, very much like Wilson Odebeer, I unfortunately have never heard of Hayley Russell, but I'm sure you're going to tell us all about her, Queen Ellie.
I'll give you a really good insight, everybody, right? So she's a forward. She's very fast. She's powerful. She's tenacious. She works for the team. She's not just a forward that just waits for the ball. She gets involved. She's a very good passer of the ball. She's very good at making room for herself to maneuver herself into really good positions to score goals. And as you know, the Matilda's done very well in the World Cup. But those who don't know, they actually played England and we beat them just about because they gave a good account of themselves, and they had a lot of worries with Sam Kerr having the injury. So Sam Kerr didn't play throughout the tournament, really. She came on and played bit parts, but the bit parts she played were bloody fabulous. And Hayley Russell was a very good backup for Sam Kerr. She's not quite Sam Kerr's standard, I must say, but in terms of scoring goals, but she's just technically just as good, I would say. She's just got to get more. I think with us, right, we're going to create a lot of chances for her because we've got two fabulous wingers. We've got little Zhang, who'll be playing Gracie Clinton's role this season, I would imagine, right? And we've got Amanda Nilden, who's a very good technical player. And then we've got my favourite player in the back, but I think she should play midfield, Ash Neville. I think she should really be either a midfielder or an attacking or a central defensive midfielder, because she's been playing right back. I think she's wasted, myself personally. All right, but Hayley Russell will get a lot of chances because Jessica Naz stepped up last season, and Martha Thomas is very good at linking up play as well. All right, so we've got a lot of potential. Right, we just got to gel as a team, and I'm sure Robert Villaham's had them on the training ground playing all together. Hayley Russell's not been with us too long, so she's got to adjust to the side, right? But she's a very adaptable player, and I'm sure we're going to see so many goals flying in, especially with Beth England up front partnering her with Martha Thomas as well. They'll share the duties, yeah. So I'm really excited about this season, and let's go one better, either finish 5th, 4th or 3rd. You know, I don't think we've got quite the minerals to finish 1st or 2nd yet. We're not really there yet, but I think we can finish 3rd or 4th. I'm sure if we push a little bit harder and we get a fully fit Beth England with no injury worries, because that lady, honestly, she carried us in the FA Cup final. She was bloody marvellous in that. I was with Ben Kaufman, Chang, and the chat, right? And we said how fantastic she was. And I take my hat off to her, because she's got older, but she's got, with ladies, they play for a lot longer as well. So some ladies play to 43, 44, 45 even, and they're just as good. Maybe they slow down in terms of pace, but their brain is still sharp, you know, because women's football is a bit slower than men's naturally, all right? But Beth England can bring a lot to our team, and a fully fit lady with Hayley Rasso. I'm really excited. And also, what's good, Chang, very exciting news for me. I'm going to get an interview with them, and I'm setting it up because I wanted them to come back from their holidays, have their first game, and then I'm going to go and interview them after their first game. So I've got to get it all set up, the day and everything. I just wish you were over in England, Chang. I would take you, man. I would take you, because they'd love you. They'd absolutely adore you, because you love Spurs with all your heart, and you're really interested in the women, which I really adore you for, because there's a lot of Spurs fans, they don't know about the women's team, but they do follow, but they don't follow like advently. You know what I mean? But they are interested, like David Clark, he's like that. I like Ben Kaufman, he loves the women's football as well, which I absolutely adore him for. But do you know what? Even the men who don't follow it, Chang, right? I still think they can learn. They can learn from people like me, people like you, who's got the enthusiasm. David Clark, Rob Belcher loves it. You know, there's lots of people in our community that do love women's football, and they do follow it. You know, so there you go. Let's get through the chat, because we're going to get behind, right? Chang saying, greetings, Mr. Scott Colliver and Dakaru. Hope you both had a stress-free weekend without Spurs getting in the way of your happiness and well-being. Seriously, though, come on, you Spurs, and roll on North London Derby next week. Yes, Chang. Well said. And then the next one, we've got some more chat. Right, you take it from here, Chang.
So, Dekaru is saying, I love how many Matildas are playing in England. Good to hear Russell has signed. And this actually brings me to my next point about the Matildas playing with Spurs alone. In previous seasons, we had Charlotte Grant. Correct me if I'm wrong, Queen Ellie. We had Charlotte Grant on our books, and I think it was 2 or 3 weeks back, we had just only signed another Matildas player, Claire Hunt. Claire Hunt, I believe.
As well, but I think she's English, if I'm right. We've signed a
yes,
player
she is.
Yeah, she's English, right? So, yeah, Amanda Nilden, she's Swedish, I believe, if I remember. Charlie Grant, she's the other Australian.
Correct.
We've got. Yeah.
Charlotte Grant is the other Australian, along with Claire Hunt. We've also signed Claire Hunt a few weeks back from Grenfell, Australia. Yes, and alongside with oh my goodness, I'm forgetting. Hayley. Yes, alongside Hayley, that's 3 Matildas that we have. In our ranks now, and I'm just only seeing this announcement, this latest announcement, and this interview clip here with our new goalkeeper. I think we have a new goalkeeper, Kathleen Talbot, I think is her name. Are you aware of this, Queen Ellie?
Barbara, I still think she's with us, but she didn't play a lot because Becky Spencer won her place back. And Becky Spencer played for us in the FA Cup final. Unfortunately for her, she made a big, she wasn't concentrating and she just gave the ball away. She kicked it to the Spanish striker who she gifted the goal to. But you know what? She played well all season, so I'm not going to dig her out for one error because, you know, everybody makes mistakes in football. And when they lead to goals, it always sticks in people's minds more. But she had a really good game other than that. You know, she was very steady, right? And all season she's been playing well, Becky Spencer. So I like Becky Spencer, and she's such a lovely lady. She's really, really well liked at Spurs because she's the soul and life of the party, and she's a very good professional. You know, she really does train hard at her job. Because remember, women goalkeepers, they tend to be around about 5'6", 5'7", so they've already got a challenge. Yeah, Chang, are you with me or are you frozen? Oh, Chang is frozen.
I'm with you. I can see you. I can hear you.
Frozen.
Maybe I'm frozen. Yeah, I could be frozen.
Go out and come back in. Go out and come back in. Yeah, right. And then what I'll do, I'll continue with the chat. Yeah, what I was saying is, I just wanted to point out that Becky Spencer, she's such a lovely lady, and like I said, she's so well liked at Spurs because she's such a true professional, and she takes goalkeeping very seriously because she's a goalkeeper, obviously, but she really does put in the yards and the minutes and the hours, and you know, she lives and breathes football, that girl. She's lovely. So, and she plays for Jamaica. She did start off her career playing for England, but she saw her chances were going to be limited. So, you know, there are very good English goalkeepers out there. Obviously, Mary Earps being the one that sticks out in people's memories because she done the old tongue bit. Yeah. But let's get on to the chat. So Chang's saying, pretty sure Queen Ellie will be covering Hayley Russo quite extensively in this show when she gets to the Spurs ladies, whose season is about to get underway, has it already, as well as other transfers. Well, the season is starting very soon. I think it's not next weekend. I think it's the weekend after. But I'll check that because I've been concentrating on the men a lot this season because obviously our season's kicked off. But Spurs really were nice to me, and they've given me a concession for the ladies. So and also I'm registered disabled with the club as well because of my legs. I think it's well documented that my legs are quite fraught. So yeah, I'll be going to a lot of the ladies' matches at Brisbane Road, and obviously when they play at White Hart Lane, it's extra special because you know when you play at White Hart Lane, it's always extra special for the men and the women, you know. So there you go. Yeah, I'll be watching the ladies and cheering them on, especially Ash Neville, because she's my favourite player. So Spurs GCTV is saying, good morning, Ellie and Mr. Chang. I hope you are both well. Thank you very much, Spurs GCTV. Right, and Daikar is saying, Chang Ching Song, I'm sure Rice will cause us problems in the North London derby. Oh, wait, was that a red card I saw? No. Yeah, I'm so glad he's not playing because he's a very important cog in their system. And I just feel like we've got a much better chance of beating them with Rice out of their team. But you know what? Thomas Partey has stepped up. I've been watching him. He's been playing very, very well. So he can fill Declan Rice's boots. But I just feel we've got too much for them this year. I really do. I think we can beat them. They are beatable, just put it that way. So there's a lot of people chatting to one another. And then the next one, we've got Daikara saying, I hope you're having a good morning. Spurs GCTV, always good to see you on the stream. Yeah. And then Spurs GC is returning the favour. All good, Daikaro, mate. Now on holiday for just over 2 weeks. Where are you on holiday? Let us know. Where you partying, where you digging, you know, where you grooving. Right, Spurs GCTV, you, yeah. And then Daikara is coming back. I've got 2 more weeks before session break and 4 weeks off. Been busy, but just starting now to slow down. Happy to see spring get here. Been a long winter. Yeah, it has. I hate the winters. I love summer. And I've got a big wedding to attend on the 28th of September. My daughter Sophia's getting married. So I'm so looking forward to it. And we're all going, jetting off to Cyprus. She's marrying an Englishman, Sam Davidson. I'm so happy. And I'm so happy for both of them because they're a lovely couple. And we're going to have a wicked time over there. Cyprus is a beautiful island. My mum and dad are from there. So I've got a special place in my heart for Cyprus. So Daikaru is saying we have contact. Yes, we do. And Spurs GCTV is saying, Daikari, yep, spring is always a welcome sign to say goodbye to the winter. Yes, it is. And then Daikaru saying, not enjoying the international break, need to get as much football in before summertime changes, make the games turn from reasonable evening to stupid late night times. I know. Do you know what? All the fans that live abroad, I feel sorry for you when it's like a really early start for you and you have to like bleary-eyed watch Spurs and hopefully like we put in a good performance for you. But when it's like dire, and we had some dire matches throughout the years, haven't we, girls and boys? We have, right? And it just takes away your weekend. Like it makes your weekend sorry. You know, like, and you feel sad that your team's lost. Like when Spurs lose, I'm like on a downer. And especially if we've played well, but we've deserved to win. Because against Newcastle, no doubt we deserved to win that match. We did, right? We played better than Newcastle, but they caught us on the hop twice. And they punished us. And that's what you get when you switch off. You know, you get punished in this league. And it's a bit pants, but that's what happens. Oh, well, we've got Chang joining us. Come on, Chang, you've got to help me with this chat. He's coming in. There he is in all his glory. You got sound?
Yeah, I do have sound.
Yeah, yes.
Am I audible?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, you're audible.
First and foremost, I must apologize. This is why I no longer stream from home because sometime in the evening, about 10, 11, or even noon UK time, when it comes to the peak hours here in Kuala Lumpur, the internet Wi-Fi here is very, very bad. There's a lot of people. It's the internet equivalent of a traffic jam. Once it reaches the peak hours, which is why I have to switch to a different line now. I'm now using my mobile phone. I'm not sure if this is visible, but my screen will be a bit
blurry.
fuzzier.
But it doesn't matter. We can hear you. You're a bit fuzzy.
Yes.
So we've got a fuzzy Chang, everybody, but we don't care.
You just have to bear with me because
better than no Chang at all. All right.
I am so sorry. I'm not able to continue using my laptop right now because the mobile hotspot, the mobile Wi-Fi hotspot is very bad, and it just got so very dark outside. I'm going to turn the lights on in a short while. But why I'm fuzzy right now is because it's raining cats and dogs right now. A storm just broke here in Kuala Lumpur, the capital of Malaysia. But let's just get through with the chat and let's try and pick up where we left up from.
Shane,
and
can I ask you a quick question before we go to the chat? Right, so you're in Kuala Lumpur.
Go ahead.
This is the home you stay in when you're working, and then your real home is somewhere else,
yes,
isn't
correct.
it? Yeah. So this is the second home away from home? Yeah, because you've got all your.
You could call this a second home away from home. Yes, you could call this my second home away from home, as my wife and my daughters, they are back in my hometown of Malacca, where both my daughters are going to school during the weekdays. So over the weekends, and this weekend in particular, because it's a Spursless weekend, and because I'm having a long weekend next week during Malaysia Day, which is a national holiday here in Malaysia. Next weekend is Malaysia Day, and so I have 4 days off. I have Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday off, which is a very long weekend to do shows and do the watch along for the North London Derby weekend. So I'm absolutely looking forward to that. But for this week, I'll be here in Kuala Lumpur, having to work over the weekend. and which is why I'm
man's got to earn
streaming
the
here
money.
without Wi-Fi, without
Yeah.
my family with me, and this is not the ideal setting. This is not the ideal place which I
It's
would
all
like
right,
to
Shane.
do my shows to stream from. But you're just gonna have to do it. And before I cut out earlier, I wanted to just highlight some other signings. There was Kathleen Talbot. Kathleen Talbot, the American goalkeeper, we've signed her on loan
That's it.
from
Now,
West
she's a
Ham
very good
United.
goalie.
Okay.
She's a very
Yes,
good
we've
goalie.
signed.
When we played them and we beat them 4-3, she's done some fantastic saves. But you know what? It's good to have a third goalie, but I think she'll be our second goalie because Barbara, she got dropped from the team. She had a fantastic game against Arsenal when we beat them 1-0. She played out of her skin, but then her standards dropped a bit and Becky Spencer got in. But I think she's going to be our number 2, to tell you the truth. Because maybe Barbara's a bit homesick. I don't know. I'll find out. Listen, when I go to the Spurs training ground to interview the ladies, I'll let you guys know all the lowdown, all the highlights, everything. And I'll take some videos if they allow me. Obviously, when I'm interviewing them, I'm going to take some high-tech interviewing equipment because I'm not going to do it on my phone. I'm going to actually take a proper camera that I can film them. But I asked Spurs just recently if they would provide the film crew, and they're looking into it. So you know what? When you do something like that, it's got to look professional. Yeah, you can't go with your phone.
Yes,
It's silly.
I agree.
Yeah. Anyway,
I
let's
agree.
get back to the chat, Chang. So this is you're reading the chat for
Yes,
me.
please do.
So
Okay.
Spurs bench. It's a new
So
chap
Spurs
on
bench.
the internet.
Good morning, Spurs bench. Morning, Chang and Ellie. Not a banging weekend. Got holiday blues. Holiday blues. Is it a bank holiday? Is this weekend a particular bank holiday for the UK?
No, it isn't. I don't think it is. We had the bank holiday a few weeks back. We did, but I don't think this weekend. I might be wrong. I might be wrong, but my husband would have told me that he's off work tomorrow. He would have. Because he always pre-warns me if he's going to be home. Right. So welcome, Spurs bench, and it was a fantastic video you put out to promote the show. You know, give us a little taster of what you're all about. I loved it. Pure Spurs, come on.
So to Nigel or Nige, Pure Spurs, big up all, much love. Yes, much love to you. This international break is so boring. Well, if you are a Spurs fan, yes, you could call it boring if you are club over country like me. But I would say that this particular mini international break, if you can call it that, this international break has brought up some rather interesting international games. The France and Spain game, was it? I think it's the France and Spain game. That was a particular interesting break, a tie between those two countries. And if memory serves me right, I think England beats Ireland late last night.
And guess who scored the goals? The two goals
Declan Rice and was it Jack Grealish? I think Jack Grealish got the
who actually started their international careers both with Ireland,
the
Republic of Ireland. Yeah, so, and they got booed
very heavily. Declan Rice himself also started his international career with Ireland too as well.
That's right.
I could be wrong.
No, they did.
Both of them.
Yeah, and
so
I remember having a chat with Irish Hotspur about it, and a few others with Dermot and Colum and Philip Brady, right? And they weren't impressed, to say the least, that they ditched Ireland and went to England. So they were getting heavily booed yesterday, and too right, because do you know what? I've got a soft spot for Ireland, right? I've got an Irish sister-in-law. I've always had Irish people in my life, always. I lived in Tottenham with an Irish pub on the corner of my road, Beaconsfield Road, and I vacated a lot of my formal years with Irish people. So I'm an adopted Irish lady, I'm telling you. Anyway, let's move on because we've got to get through this chat because otherwise the big boss is going to jump on and tell us off.
So
Right,
next chat is by Zaikaru, and he's saying that Miranda Kerr goal against England in the World Cup semi-final was an absolute screamer. Sure,
Yes,
England outplayed us and deserved the win. I love how you see all the Aussie girls supporting each other over there. Exactly, Zaikaru. And
the
Miranda
Matildas have
Kerr,
got a
she's a
massive
very special
following.
player.
She's
a very, very special player.
She's an
Miranda
exceptional
Kerr.
footballer. I'm telling you, if she was a man, right, she would be a top. She's a top footballer as a woman, but if she was born a man, she could hold her own. She'd be playing for Real Madrid. Honestly, she is that good. Sam Kerr, I think she could play in the men's game. You know that. I think she's that good, you know, because her strength, her body strength and her tenacity and her clinical finishing is amazing. The goals that she scores, Chang, they're truly brilliant, you know, and that one in the World Cup against England. And she's injured. She was totally injured and she scored a goal like that. You know, you imagine what she could. She's just incredible. I think her goal scoring record is up there with any man. I'm telling you, she is absolutely. I love her because she writes books as well. She's an author. She's an award-winning author as well. So she's a very clever lady off the pitch as well. You know, and her books are fantastic. I urge everybody to get on Amazon and buy some of her books because they're really insightful about the women's game, but they're really fun to read as well. So, yeah, I'll big up Sam Kerr, even though she plays for Chelsea, who are, well, they're not really rivals in terms of the women's game because they've always been above us, really well above us. But we are catching up. And I really do like what Robert Villaharm is doing. So big up to the ladies this season. I hope they have a fabulous season. And I'm sure they will. There we go. Next comment coming up for you.
So next chat by Zaikaru. I think we learned from the FA Cup final loss. I really think our ladies are going to have a lot more skill in their game this season. Exactly.
Yeah.
Honestly, though, I honestly still haven't gotten over that FA Cup final loss to Manchester United. I honestly felt that Barbara would have been a better fit at goal over Becky Spencer because in a cup final like this, experience counts, especially when you have never played a cup final at this level. So, I mean, I'm sure Robert Villahelm and the Lassers will learn from this FA Cup final loss to Manchester United. I think the final scoreline was something like 4-0.
4-0.
It was a drubbing.
And Lucia Garcia. You know, Senor Garcia, if she's related to you, you know, because she's actually left Manchester United now. I can't remember. I think she joined Barcelona, but I'm not sure. Or one of the big teams she joined because she played exceptional. But I don't know if you recall, Chang, we were having a chat about the 2-2 draw. We were winning at their stadium with about 3 or 4 minutes left. Not even that. I think it was 1.5 minutes. And then Manchester United got the equaliser. So we can hold our
own. We were leading 2-1.
It's just that we froze. We froze on the day. Unfortunately, we didn't play to our standard. And Manchester United, they were on it. They were on that. I said to Ben, they're like bees to honey. You know, they were on us so that we couldn't get our game going. But once we did have a little opportunities here and there, but nothing really clear cut. Only Beth England had a really good header that hit the bar, if I recall, and I think she had a really good shot that just missed the post by about an inch, so about 3 inches the other way, and it would have gone in. So we weren't unlucky to lose. We did deserve to lose that much, to tell you the truth. Maybe not so much, maybe 2-0 or 3-0, but because we didn't give a good account of ourselves, I was very sad for the girls because it wasn't really what Spurs play like, because we've been playing some really good football and the highlight of the season, I feel, was getting to the FA Cup final. But other than that, was beating Arsenal at White Hart Lane.
For me personally, the highlight of the season was beating Arsenal at the Lane. I believe it was.
Yes.
Let me see now.
Yeah,
was it Martha Thomas? I think it was Martha Thomas who netted the
got the
winner.
goal.
Yeah, she scored the winner against Arsenal
What a goal
at the
it
North
was.
at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, and I
And one
believe it was
goal of
our
the
first
season as
ever
well.
win.
Yeah,
It was our first and only win against Arsenal in the Women's Super League. So that's quite an achievement for the ladies there as well.
I know. Right, because I didn't get to play against Arsenal because they were always way above us, right? Because when I played for Spurs ladies, they came to my school, Drayton School. It used to be called Markfield Grammar, and I was playing in the boys' team because I got picked to play in the boys' team, and they saw me, and I was only 12. But they signed me up. But when I say they signed me up, I didn't sign professional forms then. It was 15. I was nearly 16 when I signed professional forms. But we didn't get paid very much because in those days, women's football wasn't really recognised as much as it is now. But we did have a big crowd at West Ham when later on in my career we played West Ham because I think they were called Dagenham and Redbridge before they actually amalgamated and became West Ham. I'm not 100% sure on it, but I remember playing Dagenham and Redbridge, and we played a friendly, and there was 24,000 people attended, which was really good. I told Bobby Kay about it, which was really good. And unfortunately for me, my dad was quite strict with me. And he didn't let me go on to. We had a tournament in Italy, and my father wouldn't let me go because he said Italian men will get hold of me.
That's a shame,
He was scared
really.
that the
It's a shame
Italian
not
men
being
would
able
whisk
to-
me away. Anyway, enough of me. Let's move on to the chat.
Yep. So next message by Daikaru. I think we learned from the FA Cup final loss.
Well,
Yeah.
we've done that
I really
one.
think our ladies are going to have a lot more skill. And Paul G,
Yeah.
welcome, Mr. Paul G. Good Sunday morning to you as well, Paul G.
Good
Hope you're both
morning.
well and chat. Come on, you Spurs.
Yes. And the next one, come on, let's go down a bit. That's it.
So Spurs GCTV. Good morning, Paul G, mate. Good morning to you as well, Spurs GCTV. Hope you're having a stress-free weekend with Spurs not playing. And I think the chat is saying good morning to
one
each
another.
other. Yeah,
Yeah.
chatting to one another.
And then Paul G's asking what players have
Okay.
signed your hat. Okay, so we've got 5 of the FA Cup winning side of 1981. So we've got Graham Roberts. I'm going to go that way. Tony Galvin, Mickey Hazard, Paul Miller, just bumping into Mickey Hazard like he did because he's a defender. And then in the corner, if I go that way, you've got Glenn Hoddle. Glenn Hoddle.
Yes,
Woo!
last one.
My favourite ever player with Steve Perriman. I must mention Steve Perriman because I put them in the same league in terms of how much I like them, how much I love them. Sorry, not like them. I absolutely adore both players for different reasons. Steve Perriman, because he was our captain. Captain Fantastic, I called him. And I love his podcast. I urge everybody to tune into Steve Perriman's podcast. It's absolutely brilliant. He goes near to the camera a lot like this. So he's not really computer savvy, but what comes out of his mouth is the most important thing, right? And he really does love and adore our club, you know, and he's got every brilliant stories about Spurs and how he signed for Spurs and Bill Nicholson and Keith Birkinshaw, all the players. It's a marvellous podcast. I urge everybody to tune in, honestly. You'll be treated to some Spurs history. And he's also interested in what Postecoglou's doing as well presently, you know, and from last season. So, yeah, I really do urge everybody. So fire away, Chang. Next one.
So next message by Daikaru. We have the weird situation in Australia where the women's national team is more popular than the men's. The Matildas sell out all their home games. That is just fantastic.
Come on, the Matildas.
And if anything, I would say that this is, I think, good on the women's part that they are getting the recognition that they so well deserve.
Yeah.
And the next one by Mr. Lee Smith. Morning to the Queen. Morning to the Queen. Hopefully see you next weekend, you rascal. So if you are meeting up with the gang over at the stadium for the North London Derby, I think that's something to look forward to as well.
I was very sad because I had to. My cousin was going to the Spurs game, right? And I hadn't seen him for a while, right? He's my cousin. And I promised Lee Smithy Smith that I was going to meet up with him. Then my cousin phoned me. He wanted to go to the match and he had the ticket, right? Because he very, very rarely gets tickets because he's not a One Hotspur member, a One Hotspur Plus member. So he couldn't get a ticket. But this time he got a ticket for the for the Everton game. And I had to say to Lee Smithy Smith, I really do apologise, Lee, from the bottom of my heart. But this time I will meet up with you at the North London Derby. 100%. No, I don't care if my cousin's going. I'm blowing him out for you, Lee. And I'll buy you a cider or two to say sorry. All right. So I will.
Are you planning to have another post-match party again after the North London Derby like we did last season?
You know what? You've just given me a fantastic idea. What I was going to do, I'm going to do something even better than that. But I'll leave it up my sleeve and I'll let everybody know when I've organised it. All right. So, yeah. I mean, to tell you the truth, right, my house is all right. Yeah, it's got a big room. But, like, if I'd invited any more people, it would have been a struggle for people to find somewhere to sit and be comfortable as well. Because Lee, he loved it. He was the life of the party, honestly. Yeah, you know, he was, to say the least, he had a few. I hope you don't mind me saying, but yeah, it was such a good party, Chang. It was a fantastic party. And Kate and Jimbo came, and Jimbo, he hit it off with my husband, and so did Kate. Like, because Kate and my husband are very similar, right? They got that like sarcastic humour, which is really endearing. And Jimbo is Jimbo, isn't he? He's lovely. I love Jimbo.
Yes, he is.
Oh, I adore them both. They're so lovely. They're such lovely people. Right, so here we go.
Yep. Next message from Mr. Scott Colliver. First game of the season for the women's is on September the 22nd at home against Crystal Palace.
Yeah, and
that's good to know.
That's the day after that. I leave on the 21st to go to my daughter's wedding in Cyprus. So I'm going to miss that match, unfortunately. I am going to miss it, but I will be tuning in. And I'll be giving a report on this channel, right? And I'll be giving a report on Spurs Diehards as well. So look out for that, everybody, because I'm going to be watching the game in Cyprus from my iPad, right? So because I've got Spurs Play. So yeah, I'll be doing a pre-match pump up and I'll be doing a post-match. Yeah, so I think we got the beating of Crystal Palace, just put it that way. Yeah. There we go.
I really do hope so.
Yeah, I think we have.
So for Mr. Spurs UCTV, not going away. My son is getting married. Congratulations to you, Spurs UCTV, and to your son on his marriage. I really do hope your son has a fantastic marriage and a blissful marriage too as well.
Yeah, and I second that. I just hope the wedding goes as planned, because I know some weddings, right, that you plan them and then something happens or something different happens and it'll change the course of the wedding. But most weddings, they go to plan. About 95% of them go to plan. And my daughter, Sophia, she's very much organised and she's got a wedding planner as well in place. I think Chang's frozen again. Yeah. Anyway, I'll cover the chat. Oh, no, he's back. Here we go. You froze for a second now.
I'm sorry for that. Yeah, no, I'm still here.
Right.
Okay, so the next one from Mr. Lee Smithy Smith. Talking of weddings, does Angela like tattoo boys yet? Wow. What a question.
Yeah, that's another thing. I hope you don't mind, Lee. Angela's thinking about it. Just put it that way. She's in thinking mode. I'm not going to give anything away. But I'll tell you one thing. I'll tell you one thing that's exciting. I think most people know. I've said it before that Leo's coming to stay with me in November. He's coming over November the 4th or the 5th, one of the two. I think it's November the 4th, the day before Bonfire Night, which is a big celebration in England because Guy Fawkes Night is Bonfire Night and everybody lights fireworks. So I'm really looking forward to Leo coming over. Leo, you know, because I love Leo with all my heart, and I love Lee. I love Lee as well. I'll catch up with you, Lee, at the match at the North London Derby. It's going to be wicked, and there'll be everybody. I think all the YouTubers will be there, all of them. So Antwerp Arms is the meeting place for most of us, anyway. Some like Adrian goes to the Gilpin, and I think a few others go to other pubs, but most people go down to the Antwerp Arms because it's not only is it the cheapest in terms of like if you're buying drinks, but the food is absolutely top notch. It's lovely. Right, so we've got people speaking to each other, and the next big one is David Clark. Let me just get it up. There you go.
Okay, so from Mr. David Clark, Ellie got some bad news from Spurs ladies. Sad news that Kit Graham has suffered a bad left knee Achilles tear. So she's going to be out for a long time. Second such injury in 2 seasons. Wow.
Yeah, that's an ACL tear, Chang. ACL. It's on the knee. It's on the knee. I've had it as well, but my one, it wasn't cruciate knee, right? It was just a slight tear because I've got quite strong legs. But what I did, I overstretched. Like Kit Graham had a massive injury for a long time. So when you've suffered one injury, it's likely to reoccur in another area or the same area. And unfortunately for Kit Graham, I feel so sorry for her because she made a really good comeback and she was featuring first off the bench because Robert Villaharm was trying to, ease her in back to first team football. And he'd done very well with her, I must admit. But it's such a shame. It's such a shame because she's such a good player, and she offers so much to our team, not just playing, but her personality is lovely. And she like a lot of the other girls, but she's been at Spurs for quite a number of years and she knows the ins and outs. So I really feel for her because I know what it's like to be injured because I've had a lot of injuries in my football career. So big up Kit Graham and thank you, David Clark, for putting that comment in because people need to know, that these things do happen. And I've said this many times, Chang. A woman is 6 more times likely to suffer an ACL injury, but they are working on it, the sports scientists, to build up those muscles around the knee because women tend to we're not as strong as men in that area. Doesn't mean we're not physically strong. We're just not built. That area does foul out us a lot, right? So we got the sports scientists and the physios at the clubs are trying their best to reduce the effects of having a serious knee injury, especially the ACL, because there are other knee injuries that women get, but the ACL is the biggest worry in the women's game. So big up to the scientists. Let's get on to the next chat. Otherwise, we're going to fall behind. Oh, not that one. Oh,
so the next one is from Mr. David Clark. Is it? Yeah, this is the same one.
Yeah, that's the same one.
The same one is the ACL tear.
Right, Audio Artisan has joined us. Woo!
Good morning, Audio Artisan. Hope you're having a fantastic Sunday, sir.
Yeah. And then he's saying, big up, Graham. And he's just chatting to people Graham. As we go along. Becky Spencer, he's disagreeing with you. Chang, he's saying Becky Spencer
Currently,
should be
yes.
our number one.
Now
I
that
agree with Audio. I do agree with Audio because I've got a soft spot for Becky Spencer. Maybe Barbara is maybe a better all-round keeper, I would say, but I like Becky Spencer and she's been with us so many years, and it'll be a shame if she is dropped to second best. But let's see what Robert Villaham's in charge of that. Yeah. Do you want to have your say on Barbara?
I think she had a good season with us last year, or rather last season, and I think she was very instrumental to our win over Arsenal, the first ever win, which we did cover earlier. She was absolutely instrumental.
WSL,
she was absolutely instrumental in that game, and which is why actually I still feel she would have been a better fit for us in the FA Cup final against Manchester United, but that's all in the past. I really do hope Becky Spencer learns from the experience. And now that we've already signed Kathleen Talbot on loan from West Ham United, the American goalkeeper, I think it's going to be a toss-up between her. It's going to be a toss-up between Becky Spencer and Talbot for the starting goalkeeper position. I don't see Eleanor Heaps challenging either of them anytime soon for that goalkeeper
quite
spot.
young. She's quite young.
She's very young.
Slight in build. She's very athletic though.
Yeah.
But she needs to build her muscles up and become a little bit more physically strong. And I think she's one for the future. That's why we've bought her, because we're nurturing her and getting her to the level that she needs to be at, to get, well, first of all, challenge, and second, win the place. Yeah.
Yes, I agree. Okay.
Yeah, Caitlin Talbot is a very good buy, though. Right, let's move on to the next one. Oh, no, we're going to read that Paul's one as well. Paul G.
Yeah, this one, he says that it happens all the time in international football. They need to move on. Haha, come on, England. I believe he's talking about the Australian-England Women's World Cup match. So, you just have to move on.
Yeah, because we did win and we did play well. Australia played well in parts, but I think overall England did deserve to win that match. And I'm not being biased because I'm an England supporter. I watched the game with, an open heart, and I just believe that England did deserve to win that game because we did play better. That was probably one of our best games in the tournament, actually.
So, to anyone who hasn't followed Spurs Bench, here is the YouTube link. If you have the time, please, I cannot recommend this YouTube channel enough to everyone here in the chat. Go on over here to Spurs Bench over on YouTube. Make sure you hit a like for his videos and subscribe to his channel as well.
And what I'll do, I'll put it in the Tel Cockerel comments, so that people can copy and paste it if they haven't watched the show, or if they're watching the show back, at least they know that this is a new gentleman on the block. And he's a fantastic guy. I don't know if you watched it, the opening credits to introduce his show. It was really good. I really enjoyed it because he's very down to earth, very straight talking man. Love it. Love it. Right, Lee Smithy Smith, come on, Chang.
So, Mr. Lee Smith, love you too as well, mate. Thank you very much for tuning in on a Sunday morning and spending your time here with us. We really, really do appreciate you. I honestly can't remember the last time we actually did a show together, Mr. Lee Smith, but I believe somewhere, hopefully, before the year is over, before this calendar year is over, we'll be able to do something else together. Moving on. Phil Coyce, thank you, Phil Coyce, for being with us as well.
We've got quite a lot of people joining us. We've got Daniel Sonderval. Here we go.
Oh, yeah, next one. Yeah. Daniel Sandoval. Yep, one love to you as well. Chef Daniel Sandoval.
Yeah.
Yes, he is. Thank you too, sir, for joining us on this lovely Sunday morning. Good to see you as well, and hope you're having a fantastic weekend.
Daniel,
just like all of us
you're
here.
a good man. You're a chef like my dad, so you're in my good books. Plus, I was Chef Ellie in the kitchen today. I'm always Chef Ellie, honestly. Oh, Vindaloo's joined us. Woo!
And the next one as well, to Vindaloo, thank you very much for tuning in. We really appreciate you being here as well. We really value, and we are very appreciative of your time and your comments. Big up all Arsenal fans in the house, just to cheer everyone up on a Sunday morning. Thank you very much, Vindaloo.
We're just going to beat you on the 15th, so Vindaloo, get used to it.
So the next one, by Nita. Mr. Clark blocked me. That's life. Wow. Okay,
Mr.
that's strange.
Clark. Oh dear.
I wonder which Clark this is.
Unblock her immediately. Who's that? David Clark blocked you. What were chatting to him? Or is it another Mr. Clark? Oh well, listen, look, we're not always everybody's cup of tea. We know this, right? There's going to be people that like you. There's going to be people that don't like you. You've just got to live with it. Right, so Nita, Vindaloo, who me? Right, next one, Chang.
So, this is what she's saying to Vindaloo. Also, next one, Mr. M. Woo, big up to you, Mr. M. Thank you very much for joining us here on a fantastic Sunday morning. Hope you have a great weekend and can't wait to see you in all our future shows.
Yeah, and he's also saying
Wenger out from Mr. M. Wenger out. Well, I think she's been out for a good decade or so now.
Yeah, he's been out.
Yeah,
he's leaving out usually.
But Wenger out.
We're not going to go on Levy out because that opens up a can of worms. We don't want to go there.
So the next one by Vindaloo. Sorry, I think you missed the one by Vindaloo.
There we go.
Yeah, okay. So he's saying, since I put a comment down, no one really commented. I'm glad you came in. Yeah, we're going to comment on it too, Vindaloo. Don't worry about it. We'll try to get through as many comments as we can here on the show.
We're trying. That's what because we treat the chat more important than anything else. Because you're the people that keep our show going.
Exactly.
And obviously Jose appreciates you all because it's his channel at the end of the day. We're just holding the fort for him today. There we go. So Daikaro.
So the next one by Daikaru. So he's saying nothing worse than a knee injury. I grew up playing tennis on concrete courts before they fixed things up. Ooh, concrete courts for playing tennis. Wow. My knees have been rubbish since I was 17. Managed things since. Bad knees are bad. I can only commiserate you on having bad knees. I mean, I cannot imagine what it must be like to have bad knees, but I really do hope you get over them. And I hope your knees are in good working condition now.
Just keep them, do the hot cold treatment. That's what I find works for me. I do the hot cold treatment, hot cold, and then I massage my legs, do a lymphatic massage around the knee area because I get a lot of water build up because I've got edema and I've got a condition called chronic venous insufficiency and lymphedema. So I get a lot of pain with my legs, Daikaru. So I'm 100% behind you. Keep them, look after yourself, rest them, keep your legs up as well. That helps, Look, Dr. Ellie is in the house and I've got very good advice from Adrian Schroker. He said if you eat string beans, eat berries as well, they're good for your circulation. String beans and green beans, they're very good for circulation because a lot of knee problems are because of circulation or just old injuries, and you carry in the injury with you. So keep it up, Daigaro, and you'll be fine. There we go.
Kwezali. Hey everyone. Hi there, Kwezali. Thank you for being here. Thank you for spending your Sunday morning here with us. We really appreciate you and your presence here. Big up to you and hope you have a great weekend. To Spurs Bench, send me your video shots, email on the channel. Wow. So Spurs Bench is inviting people to send him our video shots, and we can email it to this channel, this Spurs Bench.
Yeah, we will. Don't worry. I've got loads of shorts I can send you. No problem.
So the next one by Lee Richards. Wow. Great
Ooh,
to
come on,
you,
Lee Richards.
Ellie and Chang. Not seen you both for a while. Not seen you two for a while
Not-
as well, Mr. Lee Richards.
Yeah.
Hope you're having a fantastic Sunday. Hope you're looking forward to the rest of the weekend. And thank you very much, as always, for spending your time here with us on this channel.
Yeah, we appreciate it. And also, like, you can see Chang on Just a Girl Loves Spurs. You can see him on the watch-alongs. He's with Eugene as well and then we're gonna do Spursvasion again. We're gonna start that up. You and Ash on Spursvasion, and then you and Ash can do a show together. All right, we got the ladies takeover, but if I can persuade Ash to do 2 shows a week, she might be able to stretch that, because at the moment she's only on 1. But big up Ash as well, because she's suffering a bit with her health at the moment, but she will get better. She's just got a little bit of the old COVID. So just our love goes out to Ash. If you've tuned in, Ash, and you're not chatting, we love you here. You know that. She's a lovely lady. She's beautiful inside and outside. She is lovely.
Exactly, 100% agree with that. So to Vinalu, big up Lukman. I believe you might have.
I've missed one. There you go.
Yep.
I've
So
got
this
him.
year is my Spursvasion TV host and my big boss, Mr. Eugene, otherwise known as Lukman Yunus. Thank you, sir, for being here with me and Queen Ellie on a Sunday evening for both of us, because we are both here in Malaysia,
us.
and
Woo!
and we are also in Kuala Lumpur at the same time. So thank you, Mr. Lukman, for joining us here. And I think we have someone else joining as well, just as I mentioned, Eugene.
It's 4:18 in the morning.
Oh, ho, ho, ho. Hang on.
Well,
is this
Colin, are you there? Colin, are you there?
Is this Colin or
is it
this is Colin?
No, it's Colin. It's come up as Colin, but he's not speaking.
Wow.
Maybe he's put his camera on. He's tuned in. But if you're there, Colin, join us. If you're going to brush your teeth or something, because it's early hours. It's like 4:19 in the USA.
Wow.
Yeah.
4:19 a.m. on a Sunday morning. That's very early of him. That's very early for him to tune in.
And then he comes, and then he talks a little bit later. Hold on, I'm just trying to go up a bit because I've missed a few people in the chat. Here we go. This one I've missed.
Okay,
yes.
So So Phil Coyce is saying Arsenal get battered everywhere they go.
Arsenal get battered everywhere they go. Everywhere they go.
I honestly wouldn't start, try to incite anything just yet. Let's just wait till the North London derby is over first before we, try and get into it. Try and get under each other's skin. But I always try to maintain a very humble and a very level headed level of humility, just so that we don't get embarrassed after the results. So let's just keep it down until we really should. So I think the next.
Right, I'm just going to say what Colin said in the private chat just quickly. He said, hey guys, Jose has a show tomorrow for the prediction results. So everybody please tune in to that to get your scores on the doors. All right. And then he says, I'm going to put an image in. Can you guys put up the image I just added? Okay, so...
did he put an image?
Right, it would be in the band. No, it'd be in the brand, I think. Right, where would it be? The anime will you? Is it this one?
Has anything shown up yet? I don't see anything yet. Are we? I think you.
It's not that. It's an image.
Yeah.
Right. So if it's an image, it might be right at the top. Is that it? That's it. Bonus predictions.
Oh yeah, I see it
That
flashed
one.
on very quickly. There's it.
Results for
Yeah, this is
bonus
the one. The
predictions.
results for bonus predictions by
Jose
Jose
looking
over here
splendid.
on Tel Cockerel. That's good. There's something to look
Come
forward
on
to.
then. Yes, all
Bonus
tune
predictions.
in.
I believe it should be.
Yeah, because you want to know what your scores on the doors are. I mean, I missed putting my results in, so I've that's the third week I've missed. I've only done 1 week, so if you snooze, you lose, Chang, isn't it? If you snooze, you lose. Let's take this image off. Hold on a moment. Let me just take the image off. Brand and hide, and then add you, add Colin. He's probably got to brush his teeth or something. All right, but let's see if he joins us. You never know. Right, the comments.
Yep,
right.
you never know if he'll join us.
Were we here, I think? No, we were here. We were here.
We were just okay, correct. So Lee Smith is saying, Daikaru, I have to calm the drinking on a Sunday. It's a day of religion here. But when we batter Vindaloo, I'll have a good beer, mate. that brings me to mind. What time do people over there in the UK go for Sunday church? What time do you go to church on a Sunday?
Well,
I'm guessing it must be around now, right?
I go at 10 o'clock, but it starts at 9, but I don't go. It actually starts at 9, but I don't want to go because it's a 3-hour stint in the Greek church. It's too long. 2 hours I can do.
3 hours.
Because there's a lot of standing and sitting down in the Greek church, and the priest sings to you, and other men sing to you, and other women sing to you. So it's very different from the English church.
The reason why I bring it up is because it's almost 10:30. It's almost 10:30. I'm guessing a lot of people here are missing church for this show. So thank you very much for being here with us on a Sunday morning.
Yeah, this is their church, the Spurs church. Right, Nita.
So the next church by Miss Nita, talking about Levy. Time wasting. He ain't going nowhere fast. Need to keep the positive for my beloved Spurs. Tottenham till I die. Yeah. Thank you very much, Miss Nita.
See, sometimes I think hating Levy, or not even hate. Hate's a horrible word. Not liking what he's done at the club in terms of on the football pitch. Sometimes you think, am I wasting my time because he's not leaving? even when it was so bad under Nuno, he still survived that because he quickly got Conte in place, and then he appeased the fans, and then we didn't really shun him. He's still there, isn't he? So there you go. He's a survivor.
Yes, he is there.
Right, we've seen.
So the next one this one I think we read this. Okay. So to Mr. Eugene, I'm here in KL, Wang Samaju to be exact. So I will be in Malacca next week, definitely for the North London derby, the watch along, because I really need a better internet connection as well as better surroundings to do the North London derby watch along. So yeah, I will be in Malacca next weekend, but for the meantime, right now, I'm here in Kuala Lumpur.
Nice one, Chang. You know what, Chang? I love you because you're very loyal to all the people that they've treated you good as well, but you're very loyal to their channels and you always turn up on time. When I was on Just a Girl Who Loves Spurs, I loved being on with you. And now you're part of Spurs Diehards. What we got to do, Chang, we've really got to crank up the shows that we do together on Spurs Diehards as well. And obviously, we'll keep this show going for Jose as well, because Jose's been very loyal to us too and to Ash. So we got to repay the favour, So I'm not one to say I'm going to be on one channel only, because Jose's been such a lovely man, and so has Colin. I will always help out Colin if he needs a guest. I'm a retired lady, so what better way to spend your retirement than speaking about our famous mighty Spurs? There's nothing better.
Exactly.
Yeah. Come on, Chang. Let's talk.
So next one by Daikaru to Lee Smith Sounds good. It was good to chat yesterday. Well done, both of you.
Yeah, nice one. So I think Colin might be coming in now, hopefully. Yay!
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Colin, you woke up early for us.
Hang on. He's still buffering. On my screen, it looks like he's still buffering, but I think he's trying to connect. There he is. There he is.
Yay!
Let me
Hello,
check.
Colin.
We hear you
How
loud
you
and
doing?
clear. What time is it for you over there, Colin? What time on a
It's-
Sunday morning is it for you over there?
4:30 in the morning.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow. Shouldn't you be
But-
getting some sleep? It's a Sunday.
Yes,
You should be able to
definitely.
sleep in on a Sunday.
I'm actually at my mother-in-law's house. We came to visit today, but Jose wanted me to make sure that we told everybody about the predictions results show, which will be
Yeah,
Monday.
I'll put the banner up. I'll put
Awesome.
the banner up for you. I'll put
Sweet.
it up again one more time for people who are joining us now.
Yeah,
Right,
it
just
should,
bear
I say
with
it should
me.
be it should be tomorrow,
There you go.
Monday at
This one?
4 p.m. I believe. And there's going to
Yep,
be a
this is the
better,
one.
there's going to be a
The
much better image than that. But since I'm not at home, I couldn't use my computer. But I finally found enough. I was able to do it kind of half-ass from my mother-in-law's computer. So yeah, we should be good there. I just wanted to make sure that got in. How have you guys been? Everything good on y'all's end?
Which one is better? Which one is better to have? That one?
Probably this
Or
one.
that one?
I
That
like
one's
this one better.
Yeah, that one's better. Yeah.
But
So,
I just wanted to let everybody know, and I didn't want anyone to miss out. There's going to be more shows as well. Those will be posted very soon. There's going to be week 4 predictions is actually going to be Thursday this week.
Nice.
This next set of predictions, and that'll be all three shows. That'll be in all 3 shows, all 3 predictions leagues. I just wanted to make sure that everybody knew about that.
Colin,
we got.
You know what? Nobody forgets the predictions except for me this season because I've missed two. I've missed 2 now, and I've only caught 1. And you know what? I was intending on putting my scores in the comments, and then I get taken away by family issues and whatever.
Yeah. I get you. Same here. I did not expect to be gone nearly as long as I've been gone. I was supposed to go for a visit today.
I was supposed
to go for a visit today, and I've been gone the whole entire day. And so, just wanted to make sure we got that in there.
Wow.
Jose's probably watching this as we speak, knowing him.
I love the headphones, Colin.
Do what?
I love the headphones.
Thank you. Cool, I found these here too. It worked out pretty well. So just wanted to make sure. I hope everybody is good.
You're at Beth's house now, so Beth's mum's house, yeah? So
that is correct.
You're going to get a nice American breakfast, I believe.
Hope so. Hope so. But how have you guys been? Everything good on you guys' end?
Yeah, with me, everything's good. I'm sure it is with Chang as well. Yeah. He's got all the Spurs shirts there.
I know. I'm jealous. Chang's got a great collection. Great collection.
But I can't compete with Chang's collection. I've got quite a few, but I can't compete. That is just awesome. It's like, do you know when you had the show with Just a Girl Loves Spurs with Kate and Jimbo and I, and you brought out the shirts and he, you know what's nice about Chang?
Wow,
he knows every
that
season
was like a good 8-9 months ago. Yeah,
quite a long time ago, but it was such a good show.
And thinking about that show, I mean, looking back at my short stints here on YouTube, I think it's been a very eventful. I would say it's a very, very eventful last couple of months since I took to YouTube, and I haven't looked back since. I've done watch-alongs, I've done shows, I've done streams, I've done member calling shows, and even the last watch-along I did with Mr. Colin last weekend for the Newcastle Nets game. I really hope that's the first of many that we're going to be doing this season, Colin. And if you're going to do another one for the North London Derby game next weekend, I really am looking forward to that. Hopefully this time around there will be a better result waiting for us come the final whistle, because let's put it, the away game at Newcastle wasn't one that it wasn't one that I wished had gone the way we all wish it had gone, but it's just one game. It's just the first loss of the season, and let's just look forward. Let's just get that loss out of the season and keep focused on next weekend.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I could not agree more. I could not agree more.
Yeah.
But yeah,
We should have played with this little football. Maybe we would have scored.
maybe. Yeah. Gosh, last weekend sucked. But
So,
yeah, guys.
this chat here by Mr. Lee Richards. He's saying, cheers, guys, and best wishes to Ash. Yeah, really hope she gets well soon. To be honest,
Definitely.
folks, I never look forward to North London Derby. It's always 90 minutes of agony, even when we win, laugh out loud. And honestly, I think I have to say something to this effect, if I may, very quickly. I don't actually look forward to the North London Derby myself, but it's one of those matches that you have to stomach and just get through it and just hope for the best. It's all good and well if we win, and honestly, I would take a draw right now. If you were to offer me a point right here and now, a whole week before kickoff, I would take the point right now. For me, anything more than a point against them lot at home in the North London Derby would be a very, very big bonus for us.
Do you know what? I did an Irish Hotspur pump up video for that game, and I said we're going to win 3-2, and I said Højbjerg will score the winner. Lo and behold, he did score, but he scored in our own net. Unfortunately. And you know what? We should have won that game, Colin. We played better than Arsenal, honestly.
Yeah.
But they caught us on the hop like Newcastle did. They sussed out our high line, and they just did one ball over to Sakkā, and Sakkā sublimely scored. And then they got 2 corners and scored from 2 corners. Højbjerg scoring 1, unfortunately, in our own goal. And I didn't even know that he had scored in our own goal. I'm glad I didn't actually see it, because I didn't take my glasses with me and I didn't see he'd scored, right? And then Havertz scored the other one, and they were bullying Vicario, if you remember. They what was his name? Ben
Chilwell? Is that who it was?
No, Arsenal player.
Ben White. Ben White, the defender.
White, that's it. He kept on. He was on Vicario, and he was pushing him, and then Havertz scores, right? But we actually played really well in the second half. In particular, we actually battered Arsenal, and we lost 3-2. So, Vindaloo, if you don't agree, honestly, we really did batter you. Sorry, but you beat us.
You're right.
The scoreline is the most important. You know, we did the same. We bullied Newcastle. We bossed the game, and we lost 2-1. Oh, such a shame. Anyway, Vindaloo saying, Smithy, big up, as it's a religious day where you are. Make sure you go in for an extra pray, because you need it next weekend, bro.
Good stuff. Loving it.
We love the banter.
I think I should take this next message from Shem-Tan. So Shem-Tan is saying here, good morning, lovely Queen Ellie, Val, Benson, Cool, Werner, and the nicest and youngest looking old man, Mr. Chang. Hope you're both well and enjoying the weekend. Thank you as always, Mr. Shem-Tan, for tuning in. I really appreciate you. Wherever you go, wherever you tune in, whether it's here or Talk and Ball or just the Girl Who Loves Spurs or any other channel for that matter, your support is highly appreciated and valued by all us Spurs community. And to Mr. Eugene, I caught the vid about 3 weeks ago. The effects are still lingering. Ooh, dizziness, shortness of breath, and fatigue. So, to Mr. Eugene, I really do hope you are feeling a lot better from your case of COVID. But as what you mentioned here, it was 3 weeks ago. So I hope you are now getting back to speed, getting back to health, and hope to see you as well soon, sir. We really should do some shows together very soon. And the next one by Mr. Lee Smithy Smith, Vindaloo, my man. As I said to you before, let's not have too much chess for a game where anything can happen, mate. Yep, exactly. I absolutely agree to this. Any game for that matter, it's a game of fine margins, whether it's league leaders against relegation candidates or even teams fighting neck and neck for top 5, top 4, or even top 2. anything can happen. And as what we witnessed last weekend between us and Newcastle United, I did mention very, very vividly to Mr. Colin here that next goal wins. When we were tied at 1-0, I just had this feeling, you know what? The next goal is going to win it all. If they score, we're not going to have enough time to come back. If we get the next goal, we are just going to shut up shop and get the win. And unfortunately, Newcastle were the one who scored. So yeah, it's going to be. I think it's going to be another affair of fine margins next weekend. So let's just keep our fingers crossed that this time it swings in the favor of good old Spurs. Yeah.
Yeah, true.
Absolutely.
And like Caro saying, talking
okay.
ball.
I just have something else to say.
I
Go back
am
to
getting ready to go back to
I really. Okay. I have to interrupt here, and I'm afraid that this is as far as I'll be able to contribute to today's show, Queen Ellie, because it's already
That's
5:30 p.m.
Chang. I
here
knew
in Southeast
beforehand.
Asia.
Yeah, you got other things
So yeah,
to do.
so I have to.
Taking precedence.
Yeah,
Don't worry.
I have
I'm telling
to
you,
attend
Chang,
to my
I
family
really
first.
appreciate you joining me. Really do. You're such
Chang,
a
you're the
lovely
best,
guy.
buddy. You're
So,
the best. Have a good day.
to everyone else in the chat,
fantastic father as well.
Chang, you're the best,
to
buddy.
everyone else in the chat, thank you very much
Chang.
for tuning in. Thank you very much for joining us up here on your Sunday. I look forward to seeing each and every single one of you. I will be on, hopefully, next Friday over on Just a Girl Who Loves Spurs when we do our pre-match pump up, as well as hopefully another watch along over on either LTEL here or over in Talk and Ball. I'm sure me and Mr. Stevens will work
It'll be
something
on
out
one of
together
them.
when we do the next
for
watch
sure.
along for the North London Derby. So yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking forward
Before you
to.
go, Chang,
And
before you go, Chang,
yes,
before you go, I want to mention, check out, because me and Chang will be doing a show together on Spurs Diehards TTID.
Awesome.
All right. And obviously, we're going to do one on Colin's show and on LTEL so that we're loyal to all of you, because you gentlemen have shown such loyalty to myself and Chang, and you've given us freedom to come on your shows. So we really do appreciate Colin and Jose, you know, and we will keep it fair because we love everybody. And, you know, the community, we've had a few wranglings in our community, but this, us three and Jose, Adrian and Ian Meth and Mark Cousins, who's going to be joining our channel. He's a mod at the moment, but we're going to try and get him next year to be part of our channel because he's been such a good stalwart for us, Mark Cousins. So I wanted to give him a big shout out as well. But you two gentlemen and Chang, big up, man, big up, because you've been such lovely people, all three of you. And then we've got beautiful Ash to add some sprinkles on the top, haven't we? You know.
Do. Ash is the best, and hopefully she feels better soon. But Chang, you got to go. Have a good family time. Chang.
Have a good afternoon, Chang. Is it evening
thank you
over
as well,
there?
and I will see you soon. Okay, I'll see all of you soon. All right. So have a great weekend again. And before I go, I have just one final thing to say, and that's come on, you Spurs! Yeah. Bye, everyone from Southeast Asia.
Thank you, Chang. Brilliant.
Thanks,
brilliant.
Chang. Appreciate you, buddy.
Yeah, so what I was going to do, Colin, I was going to start the show, what we were going to talk about, Ange Postecoglou, right? Because that's the title of the show.
Yeah.
Right? So I want to get your thoughts on how you think he's fared so far this season. And do you see any changes? Have you seen any changes in the style, or do you feel that he's tweaked it a bit more than last season, or do you think he's remaining a bit more stubborn and keeping to his ethics?
Pretty stubborn and pretty much keeping to his ethics, but I mean, you know, we've seen some willingness for him to like play Decky up front. You know, we've seen some change, some maybe more flexibility, not in the system, but maybe the players that are being chosen, which is good. Is that out of necessity? Probably. But yeah, so that's a good thing. That's good. But yeah, I basically, Ellie came in only to talk about the show tomorrow, and to make sure that everybody
Don't
knew
worry,
that.
you can leave me alone. Hopefully, if you can get a message over to Jose to join me, I will. Because I'll be busy doing all the chat, and I don't want to, neglect the chat.
Let me go make sure I'm not waking anybody up here, and I'll probably come join you again in just a moment.
You need to get some shut eye, man,
or some coffee. Either one would be great.
Yeah, well, if you have coffee, you're not going to get any shut eye, probably.
No, but that's okay. Sleep's not that important. But everybody, don't forget this.
Yeah,
the results for the bonus prediction show. That was the other day that I missed because I was taking my cat to the vet. That was not fun, by the way. This should be, if everything is like it always is, it should be tomorrow, Monday at 4 p.m. UK time, but that could change. So make sure you've got the bonus or the notification bell hit, because you wouldn't want to miss the predictions results. It was the bonus week, chances for people to kind of jump up in the table and move all around, except for Ellie because she didn't get her predictions in.
I'll still tune in just to see you lads. You
better
brighten up my day.
But let me go and see.
Out at work, so I don't see any men all day, unless I venture out.
Hey, that's much better with my camera on. I like that much better. I don't look like I'm half asleep.
It's talking ball.
Yeah. But let me reach out to Jose real quick and see if he's awake.
Yeah, reach out to Jose to join me. I don't mind doing it on my Todd, but it's hard to bounce off people, isn't it? I like bouncing off the chat, especially because the chat it keeps you going, and also there's so many good comments and so many good people to get through,
Absolutely.
And 23 people have joined us, so that's a pretty decent amount for this early in the morning. I mean, we've been going for 1 hour 27 minutes so far. So talk ball, you're saying, guys, please make sure you are here for the prediction results. You've heard it here 3 times now, so you're not going to miss it, boys and girls and ladies and gentlemen. Monday, I think 4 p.m. But make sure you have the notification bell clicked in case he goes off at a different time than normal. All right. So
perfect.
Make sure you don't miss it, guys and girls. All right.
I also liked this comment from Lee Richards. They said, among reasons for my dread of the North London derby is that Arsenal always seem to get all the luck going when we play them. They'll be favorites next Sunday for sure. But I'm going for a frenzied, chaotic 2-2 draw. Have you guys talked? What do you think is going to happen next week, Ellie?
You know what? It's only in the last few seasons that they've got one-upmanship on us, because prior to that, we were beating them quite regularly. And all right, we didn't get much joy at their ground, but we were drawing some of the matches. But at White Hart Lane, we were battering them, and really making them look stupid, especially when we beat them 3-0. We absolutely slaughtered them. Like, if I remember rightly, they got a man sent off, didn't they? I can't remember who got sent off, but I think it was their man who they've moved on. Was it Chamberlain? I think he was hacking down Sonny all the time. Yeah. Anyway, regardless, I just feel we've got the beating of them, but we have to be at our best, I believe. And we've got to make sure that Van de Ven's playing in that match, because we're going to need his speed to recover, because we're going to still play the high line.
I haven't checked. Do you know if he's played any of the internationals? I know that he...
Well, like in Holland, he wasn't being picked in the Euros, was he? He was on the bench mainly.
That's true. I wonder if he even traveled with the team. Let me look that up, because that should let us know.
Yeah, look it up, because I was keeping up with England, and I was keeping up with Ireland, and obviously I was keeping up with Denmark for obvious reasons, everybody.
What
guess what?
Those be? What?
Go on, Javier.
Yeah, I saw that he got that late goal. That was nice.
And it was a good goal as well. He took it very nice. Reminded me of the goal that he scored against Leicester, but he powered that one. No, the one against Leicester, he took his more time with, but this one, it was quite an instinctive shot, which I was well impressed. So obviously he's learning some more football in France, isn't he?
Yeah. I mean, hopefully it goes well for him. I haven't been keeping much, keeping tabs on him really. as he progresses through this season. How's he done over there in France? How's he doing, Els?
Yeah. Well, they've won three of their matches, so I think 3 out of 4, and I believe they're 6th in the league. They're 6th in the French league, but if they'd won that other match, they would have been top. Yeah, and they won one game 5-1. I remember that. I think that was the opening game of Højbjerg's career. So not a bad start, and they've signed some really good players. So I'm hoping that they win the league or they win something, because it's traditional, isn't it, for a Spurs player to leave and win a cup?
Yeah, absolutely.
It is.
Absolutely.
Right. Anyway, regardless, let's move on from Højbjerg, because otherwise I'll keep
everybody will leave. Everybody will leave.
Yeah, everybody will leave. I'll bore them to death. So Lee Smithy-Smith, right? Hold on, let me get the comments back up. Here we go. Right, so Lee Richards, sorry. Among reasons for my dread of the North London derbies, that Arsenal always seem to get all the luck going when we play them. They'll be favourites next Sunday for sure, but I'm going for a frenzied, chaotic 2-2 draw. That's a good shout, you know. It probably will be a draw. And then the new man on the block is saying Spurs bench, www.youtube.com @pitchside podcast.
Oh yeah, that's something me and Jamie from Jamie Imber. I can't even remember his channel's name right now. I'm a terrible friend. It's just early in the morning. Me and him are working on a kind of a project that we're going to cover. More than just Spurs stuff. It's going to be kind of the entire Premier League.
That's fun.
Yeah, I'm just trying to keep myself as busy as possible.
That'd be wicked, man. I look forward to that.
Hopefully it's good. I hope it's
good. Not just Spurs. When you think about it, Colin, right, it's nice to cover the Premiership because we are in the Premiership, and it's nice to get the lowdown on other teams, because some people don't really watch other teams, right, and they don't really know about their players even, because they're not interested. They're just interested in Spurs. Oh, look who we've got joining us. Woo!
Who we got?
Leo.
What's up, buddy?
Hello, Leo. Hello. As Bobby says.
Well, Leo. Good to see you, man.
Yeah.
It must be super early for Leo, because Leo, it's earlier there than it is here. So I think it's like 2:30 in the morning for Leo right now. Jeez.
The number one Agambar, Chris Agambar. Morning, all. Just got up. Yeah, I don't blame you. It is a Sunday after all. You know, you have to have a Sunday lie-in, and then next Sunday you can't have a lie-in because we're playing Arsenal.
Exactly.
Yeah. Do you have to leave us, Colin?
I probably should before too long. Yeah, I'm kind of hidden away, and so I don't know if I'm keeping anybody awake, but I probably need to get some sleep myself, or some more sleep. It's funny. I thought I was coming home, like I said, like during the day. It was supposed to be a visit, turned into kind of a stay all night deal. So, but my wife, her laptop was here because she's doing homework earlier, and then I was able to kind of yank enough stuff out of my email from like previous thumbnails I had made to get that crappy one put together for the results show. And I just wanted to make sure. And Jose's got 2 more shows that he's doing next week. The predictions is going to be on Thursday this week because Jose's got stuff to do Friday, work stuff. So our predictions, week 4 predictions, will be Thursday. I'm trying to think. He's got another show, but I'm not sure what day it's going to be.
What is he going to do? His mop-up show again? Or
this is one. It's going to be kind of a rundown of how all of our boys did on international break, and then a kind of looking forward to the North London derby type of show. I think that's going to be Wednesday. It'd be great if he would answer me, but I wonder what he's doing. Probably family stuff himself.
Or he might be having Sunday lie-in, because he works hard all week, doesn't he? And then he does his podcasts and his shows all week. And he's been appearing on some West Ham shows, I hear.
Yeah, cheating on us with some West Ham shows. Just joking, obviously. He's
West Ham get battered everywhere they go as well, don't they?
They do.
Yeah, he's enjoying those shows because he can let his hair down. And like he can be, you know, when you're on a Spurs podcast, right, there's always somebody who might say something and like it won't annoy you on the actual podcast, but then you'll think about it and it'll annoy you because they're digging at something you might have said, right? And they disagree, but they disagree in a not in a nasty way, but in a less. Oh, well, how can I do this not to offend people? They just dig at you, and you think, why? Just say you disagree. You know, don't get personal. Don't get personal about things. You know, I just don't like that sort of thing, Colin. And it happens a lot. Not so much with me, but with other people as well that I like. You know, they'll have a dig at people. Like, I'm not going to mention any names here because they know I've already made my voice heard in certain WhatsApp groups. So I'm a feisty Greek lady. I will speak my mind sometimes.
That's why we love you, Ellie.
The thing is, sometimes I do hold my tongue, right? Because I'm not a rude person. That's one thing for sure. But I do put in my £5 worth where I feel that my £5 worth is worth putting in, you know, and there's certain things that are happening in our community that I don't agree with. But, you know, people do fall out, Colin. They fall out for many different reasons.
And that's okay.
Yeah, you know, not everybody can get on. Just put it that way. That's how I do it. All right?
Exactly.
But it's when it gets too personal. That's what I don't like, when there's personal attacks. I don't like it, especially if it's about somebody I like in particular. You know, even if somebody I don't like, then there's not many that I don't like. All right. So, yeah, I just thought I'd get that out there to everybody because Listen, Colin, you go and get some shut eye or some coffee, whatever which way you're going.
One of them. No, I can hang out for just a little bit longer. And I also I'm making one more thing for Jose real quick. I probably will remake both of these when I get home and have access to my computer. But But yeah. So Ellie, to answer your earlier question,
you're not going to go.
Well, so I'm definitely going to go soon. But you asked me a question about Ange and this season. How do you see it? How do you see it this season? Do you think that he's been more flexible, or do you think it's?
Yeah, I think he's been a lot quicker with the substitutions, especially, which I like. Yeah. And I think he's more reliant on the subs. He prefers because he's got players on the subs bench that he actually likes to bring on as well. Whereas before, they were like forced on him, and like there was players there that he didn't even want at the club on the bench. Yeah. So I'm really happy for that. But I'm happy the way his communication's getting a bit better. He's getting a little bit more vocal. Not too much, but you know, he's not that type of manager. I think he says what he has to say at half-time break. Yeah. So other than that, I think the high line he's obviously keeping. I don't agree with it, to tell you the truth. I don't agree with the high line. I did try to give it its dues and try and give the benefit of the doubt to him over the high line. But I just think we've got 4 brilliant defenders who love to defend, all right? And like Arsenal, we should take a leaf out of their book and actually defend our goal. You know, all right. You know, Romero might get into more trouble because he's got to defend more. But other than that, I just can't see. We lose goals from it, and it does cost us, Colin. I mean, what do you like the high line at all, or are you against it, or are you on the fence? Give it more time, maybe.
Yeah, I think it works when Mickey Van de Ven is available. But when he's out, you know, for whatever reason, I think we should probably drop that line back 10 yards or so. But he clearly doesn't agree. Big Ange clearly doesn't agree with us. So maybe, you know, he believes in it. So I guess we should probably try to do the same.
Yeah, but you know what? There's belief and then there's delusion.
No, I'm with you. I get it.
I'm not saying he's deluded, but I just feel that because we've got such brilliant defenders, Colin, right? And I just feel that they're wasted playing the high line, and Mickey van der Ven, he's already had a hamstring injury, and it was a really bad one because he was out for a good number of months, wasn't it? In that time, our defence was weaker for sure, all right, and we lost more games for sure. And I just feel that we can do better defending our goal. I really do. And then have a bank of four and a bank of four just in front of those with a number 6 that can hold the midfield. And, you know, I'm a traditionalist, Colin. I really am. I love the number 6 role because it gives you so much in a team. And I know when I was playing, because I was a central attacking midfielder, I played central defensive midfielder for one game. And honestly, I rose to the occasion in one respect, but I can see how beneficial and how important that number 6 role is to any team, men or women, girls or boys, because it's that central pivot that holds, and it's usually the player who's most experienced, and it's usually the player that's got gumption. They know how to handle themselves, and they know how to handle a team to get them going and fired up and make sure that the team stay disciplined. And I really do think we're going to benefit. But everybody tells me Postecoglou doesn't play with a 6, but he had one at Celtic. That what's his name? Is it O'Neill or O'Reilly? He was
Matt O'Reilly, maybe. I'm not super familiar with his old team.
He looked like a number 6 to me. Yeah, because he was a strong presence in midfield. And we haven't got anybody that's got that gumption unless we do what Adrian's been alluding to put Romero there and then play Dragushin in Romero's role, which wouldn't be a bad shout. I really don't think it would be a bad shout, because then we'll have more aggression. We'll have a ball leader in Romero, because I think he's fabulous. And he's all right. He's English. He's coming along, you know. But I think you don't have to have brilliant English. You have to have a command of the players and a respect. And then you've got to lead by example in that role. So what do you think, Colin? Because I've spoken enough of it now. What do you feel? Do you feel we need a number 6?
We could probably benefit from one. You know, it's always nice to have that kind of a player protecting, you know, the defense, especially if we're playing with a high line like this. But again, I mean, I always am like, who am I to say, you know, that he should or shouldn't change things? But yeah, I think we would probably benefit from it. And maybe the right players didn't come along, or, you know, wasn't available in the transfer window. Maybe we are still looking to upgrade in that area. I'm not 100% sure. I don't know. You're asking me hard questions, but
I'm trying to challenge you, Colin, because you're a very intelligent lad, right?
Well,
contrary to belief, American people do know about football, by the way. Everybody else.
Some of us, not all of us. Not all of us, for sure. But some of us.
You're such a good Spurs fan, Colin, and I've known you for a long, long time. I remember coming on your podcast, early hours for me, but like afternoon for you it was. So I just feel, you know, sometimes in life, right, some people say things that they don't really think before they say them. And I really think people should think about how they talk about the Australian fans and the American fans in particular, because we're all Spurs fans, right? We've all come in at different years because of our ages or because of circumstance, right? But everybody's got, even if you've been a Spurs fan for 2 days or 1 day, it doesn't matter. You're a Spurs fan. You're in the family of Spurs. Yeah. So we welcome everybody around the globe. And when you go to matches as well, Colin, you've seen it. You've seen it firsthand. You see the Korean fans, right? They're not just there for Sonny. They're fantastic fans. They love the club. They cheer on the club. They spend their money in the shop. And when I see spend their money, they spend their money big time, right?
That's absolutely right.
You know,
Yeah.
and that's supporting the club as well. All right. I might get on Brian Daigle's nerves a bit because they're shopping in the Spurs shop and they're paying top dollar. Yeah. Like Daniel Levy's got it down to a T to make profit, right? Because one thing he's good at is making big profit. The other thing is, I just want to big up everybody, all Spurs fans, young, old, from abroad, overseas, in England, wherever you are, you're all Spurs fans to me, and you're in my heart, everybody.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Everybody supports the team for a reason, you know. There's a player that draws everybody to Spurs. For some people, that's Sonny, and that's totally fine. I don't think there should be any hate given towards anybody for no, you know, whatever reason you support Spurs. We're glad to have you.
And I welcome opinions on Sonny, good, bad, or ugly. You know, everybody's got their opinions on if Sonny's slowed down, if Sonny's this, that, and the other, right? It's all good. It's all good banter, right? Because everybody has a right to their opinion, all right? If you're respectful and you respect everybody's opinion, that's all we ask when you come and join us here. And we're respectful to you guys as well. We're not here to slag anybody's opinion off. We're here to take it in. If we don't agree, we don't agree. And then we move on. All right, darlings? All right, so we've got the Hotspur Hood. He's my man. I love Dan because he speaks his mind. He knows what he's talking about. His opinion might not fall in line with everything I like. I don't care, right? I like what he says, and he stands by what he says. He's a very strong man, right? He's not going to buck Dan. But if he hears something, because I've heard Dan do this on his own show, right? If he hears an opinion and he changes his mind sometimes, you know, and he's very humble about it. So there you go. So he's saying if Herd doesn't sort out defence as last season, it will cost us games and points. Your whole system on one defender isn't good. Now, Colin, can I ask you, right? Because Dan knows full well my opinion on that, right? So can I ask you what your opinion on what Dan's just said? Colin, you still with me?
Yeah, look who we've got in the background. Do you see
I'm just going to add Jose. I'm fleary-eyed.
Good morning, sir.
Jose, I put my glasses on for you today so I can actually see the beauty of Jose.
I have my camera off, Jose, because I'm looking a little rough, a little sleepy.
Well, I was going to say it's really early in the morning for you, and I've just woken. I've only just woken up, and I've just seen your message.
Yeah, you had the Sunday lying.
And I thought to myself, what is he going on about? Because I thought to myself, Ellie was doing a show with Chang, so I was like, what? What's going on?
Well, he had been, but he had to go to the family stuff.
But he told me he's going to be with me for about an hour and a half, and then he had to leave. So,
well, good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Jose.
Jose is here.
See, we've got the big boss in the house, so we've got to behave ourselves now.
You're right. That doesn't bother on me.
Listen, I'm always naughty. You know, I'm Greek, aren't I?
Don't we know that?
The naughty Greek, right? So I want to get your opinion on what Dan said, Colin. What do you think?
Sorry, I was actually calling Jose at that point, and I had my volume turned off.
You saw his comment, didn't you?
No.
You saw his comment. Here, I'll get it up again.
Who are you talking to? To me or Colin?
Both.
Well, both of you. But I was talking to Colin
I've just woken up. I don't even know what's going on.
So Dan's saying if Herd doesn't sort out defence, same as last season, it will cost us games and points. Your whole system on one defender isn't good.
I think that's what I was talking about. If Van de Ven isn't available, the high line doesn't work nearly as well. I don't know. I don't really have a good answer for that. I know. Hopefully, Jose's got some more insight, and he's had a little bit more sleep than me.
Let's have it. What do you think of Dan's comment there?
Is this about Postecoglou?
Yeah.
No, it's actually about. Well, it's about Postecoglou having the high line. Yeah.
Okay, if Herd doesn't sort out defense.
Yeah, talking about how it kind of depends on Van de Ven, and when he's not there, the high line doesn't seem to work as well. But
I don't know why he said if Herd doesn't sort out defense. Maybe it's a typo.
Your whole system on one
Maybe
defender.
It's Ange.
Okay. Oh, is it? Okay. Right. So yeah, at the end of the day, there's two theories on it. There's one theory, and that is a theory that people have, and that's fine. You know, everyone's got an opinion in football, and I mean everybody. It's not just one person here. We're talking about everyone. The three of us here all got different opinions as well.
Yeah,
right. For me, right, the system that he's trying to play, right, is very precise, right, and we've said all along, or I've said all along, you need certain personnel in the system to make it work, right? And obviously, one of these people is Van der Ven. But even with Van der Ven, sometimes that system hasn't worked, even with Van der Ven, right?
Of course.
But the other thing is that in order for the system to work, you've got to be, the whole team has to be at it, both in attacking, i.e. with the pressing, and with the defending. So you've got to attack as one, and you have to defend as one.
Yeah.
Now, it remains to be seen, 3 games in, right? My personal opinion, not going to base this anything other than my personal opinion. My personal opinion is that 3 games in so far this season, and we've already lost the game at Newcastle. I prefer, and I think that we're creating a lot more, and we've looked more defensively sound in the first 3 games of this season than the first 3 games of last season. So I'm basing it like for like, 3 games first 3 games last year, first 3 games this year. But sometimes, right, unless you've got a player, right. So when we went to the Everton game, Ellie, right, and people are going to say, yeah, but it's only Everton. No, it doesn't matter who you're playing against, right? When we went to the game, to the Everton game, Bissouma sat in front of the 2 centre halves.
Yeah.
So he was a screen. He sat in front of the 2 centre halves.
Yeah.
And we saw it with our own eyes. He sat.
Disciplined.
Yeah, and I don't know what people get to see on TV and that, but we saw him sit right in front of the 2 centre halves. And the system worked. And what I found with that game, but to believe it or not, is that I don't think our 2 fullbacks, and it may be because the doggy had an injury, was coming back from injury and wasn't fit, but I didn't see both our fullbacks bomb on wholeheartedly, you know, into the 10 roles like they normally do. One went and the other one didn't quite go in the Everton game.
They didn't.
No, they didn't quite all go. So not like normal. People will say, yeah, but look, Van der Ven's gone in. Sorry, a doggy's gone inverted and so's Porro. It only seemed to be it was more Porro that was doing it, and the doggy was hanging back, weren't he?
Yeah.
More than Porro.
Was.
But they didn't seem to both go gallivanting at the same time.
Do you think that was because of match fitness with Udogi? Do you think that played a part?
Was it because of match fitness, or was it because they were under instruction? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Under instruction not to do it because I suppose we've got no one really to cover Udogi apart from Davies. All right. And I don't believe Postecoglou trusts him. He likes him as a player because he's professional and he's sound, and he'll give you a 6 or 7 out of 10. A steady Eddie, yeah. He's never going to be in Udogi's class, is he? In terms of what he can give to the team, but because Udogi's carrying that in, well, he had an injury and he's coming back from injury, and he didn't have a pre-season, right? He's been slow off the traps, hasn't he? So maybe it was a direct thing. Don't overexert yourself because we don't need another injury. You never know what goes on behind closed doors, do we?
Possibly. But then the thing is as well, I'm saying me because I went to the game, but you've only seen one home game because two have been away. So basically on your own eyes, you can only base really what you've seen at one game at the stadium, because the other 2 games we've had to watch on telly.
Yeah, and it's totally
that one game.
real time.
But that one game that we watched, that one game we watched in the stadium, showed a lot of stuff. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, it's really good when you're in the stadium because you see everything. Because the camera, when you're watching it on television, follows the play. It doesn't follow everything else that's happening behind if we're attacking. and vice versa. If we're defending, we don't see what the attackers are always doing because the camera will pan to the player with the ball, won't they? So, yeah, I just feel, yeah, even Vindaloo's comment, he goes, Elliot, it's inverted fullbacks playing zonal marking and that high line with no defensive midfielder is suicidal. I hope Ange adapts because the Prem is all about adapting against different opponents.
But you know what? By the same token, Vindaloo and everybody, right? If we get it right, because supposedly we've had a clear out and we've got a lot of players that fit the system or will be able to play the system better than the squad we had last season.
Yeah.
If we get it right, what about spinning it? If we get it right, then other teams will suffer because we've got it right. Do you see what I mean? So they're going to be on the back foot because we've got it right. You know, we're only 3 games in. But you know, at the end of the day, I mean, listen, I can only base it if I'm going to base it what I saw with my own eyes at the ground. And okay, it was Everton because that's who we've played at the moment at home. If I base it on that, it was much better. The control of the game and what we were doing, the patterns of play and stuff like that. And defensively, we were far better. And we were playing against a team that causes everyone problems in the air, don't they, Everton?
Yeah, they do.
And I thought, well, we played. What did we play? About 100 minutes that game. If you look at the extra time in both halves, we played about 100 minutes, right? And in them 100 minutes, there was only one time. Do you remember in the first half, Ellie, when they did series of corners, where we're all in the south stand saying, kick. All we could see was a ball bouncing. In one time, we could see the ball bouncing, and we were just all swearing and shouting from the south stand saying, "Kick it out!"
No.
And then Vicario came and caught it, didn't he? And it stopped that action.
He caught it quite comprehensively as well. You know, it was quite commanding, which I like because they've obviously been working with Vicario. They have, because last season I didn't see him do that once. If I'm wrong, I might be wrong. I didn't see him come out and catch the ball so, confidently, and aggressively. Like he put his leg up, he caught it well, and he landed well, and he didn't muff it, right?
Yeah.
But where Vicario lacks in aggression in terms of coming out, I think on the line he controls and he's fantastic at communicating. I find he's kicking. The passing part is a bit slow this season so far, what I've seen. All right. So I think they have to work on that with him as well. Because, when we played Bayern Munich twice, he made the same mistake twice, and you should learn from your mistakes. So I hope they're working on him because we like to play out from the back, right? And you can't when you're the goalkeeper, you can't do a Romero and think about it. Because they'll be on you. They chase you down. All the best pressing teams, they will catch us out. Right? So, I hope we see an improvement in that area as well, Jose. But do you know what I want to touch on, Jose, which we haven't touched on? Like, Ange Postecoglou, he's getting a lot of stick in terms of not just his style of play, in his communication off the pitch during the match. Do you think that's a problem, or don't see it as a problem?
Right. So I've been asked this before, Ellie. Right.
Yeah.
So I have been asked. I have been asked this before by someone, and my comment to that is, are you, me, and Colin different people?
Yes.
Are we? Yeah, we're all different people. Do we have different thought processes?
Yes.
Do we have different emotions?
Yes.
Okay, so we're individual human beings, aren't we? And we will show things in different ways, right? And we will act in different ways. Postecoglou, he's not. Postecoglou keeps a lot in. He's not one of these shouters, berators, and stuff like that. You watch him for any team that he's been at. He's not like that. Because Postecoglou believes that you do everything in training, right?
Yeah.
And then you translate everything onto the pitch. And if you ain't doing it, then if you get a break in play, you notice that if you get a break in play, Postecoglou then gives him what for. Now, but he won't do it in game. He just goes like that and whatever, and he allows his coaches to do the shouting and stuff like that. But in the half-time talks, then he'll go back, because if you've done something in training and you've worked on things, right, then you just got to transfer it on the pitch. Now, I'll say, for instance, against Newcastle, right? Against Newcastle, it was before they scored, but against Newcastle, I don't know. It was the first, I don't know, 15 or 20 minutes. Do you know the linesman got that quad injury or whatever?
Yeah.
And they had to stop. They had to stop the game, didn't they? And they had to assess him and then swap him to become the fourth, and the fourth became the linesman. At that point, Newcastle were on top in the game, right?
Yeah, they were.
Okay.
Agreed.
And because of that break in play, right, Postecoglou then spoke to the team. They all went to the touchline to get water. But whilst they're getting water, Postecoglou spoke to every single one of them that went to get water. And I think most of them went and got water. As soon as they spoke to him, he weren't shouting and all that, I don't think, but he was speaking to them. And we weren't there because it was at Newcastle. This is what we could see on the TV. He spoke to them, and as soon as he spoke to them, they changed the way that they played. Tottenham have come in at half-time and been spoken to at, in games, and we've seen a different Tottenham come out in the second half. So that's the way he does things, and that's the way he is. And I suppose, at the end of the day, people manage differently. And I don't know how the players feel about that. I don't know whether the players want a shouter. I don't know whether the players want someone to berate them or their manager to berate them from the line. I don't know. I mean, people do things differently. I think a lot is said. A lot is said, for managers that scream, shout. Some of them look like clowns at a kids' party, don't they? Some of the managers on the line,
psychos.
Yeah, they look like clowns at a kids' party. Is what I'm saying. They look like clowns at a kids' party. Some of the managers on the line.
Yeah.
But it depends. It depends on what's in your makeup. Do you know what I mean? Because when he lets rip and when he tears into them, you can hear him. I mean, some of the pre-season games, you can hear him
shouting orders. Yeah,
and swearing at them. You can hear it all. So
yeah. I was just going to refer to Steve Perriman, because when I watched his podcast, he was saying about somebody wrote to him or sent him an email. I can't remember. I think they wrote to him and they said to him, "Why aren't you showing the passion?" When he was I think he was at Swindon at the time. Right? Why aren't you showing the passion, Steve? Why are you just standing there like a lemon and you're not saying anything? And the other managers are like losing their shit and they're having a go and they're praising and having a go, praising, encouraging. And he said, well, the reason why I do that as a manager is because I want to see what's going on and then I can put it right at the right time when I need to say something. So I'm not going to go screaming and shouting down the touchline, wasting my energy when I'm looking what's happening, where I can put things right at the halftime team talk, or just saying calling my captain over and saying, look, we're doing this wrong. We want to do this, not that, right? And I really do agree with Steve, because sometimes if you're shouting, and obviously you can praise as well for things that are done well, that you've practiced on the training ground, right? But if you do lose your cool a bit, and then we've seen it with Mikel Arteta for Arsenal. He loses his cool, doesn't he, Colin? Right? And then the Arsenal I see the Arsenal players, what they look like. They look confused, right? And they're looking at their boss and they're thinking, what's he on about? Right? And then he does lose his shit a lot, Arteta. And I think when you lose your shit, you lose your focus, right? And what needs to be done to win that match. And especially against Aston Villa, I was watching him, right? And the players looked totally baffled by what he was doing. And all his arm waving, and he goes a bit nutty, right? And I wouldn't like a manager like that. I'd like a manager to call me over and say, look, Ellie, you're not pulling your weight. Or look, Ellie, you should be doing this and you're not doing it, right? To encourage me to do it so that I follow his instructions, Yeah. Well, Colin, I wanted to bring you in on that one. I mean, if you was a manager, for example, right, would you do what Ange Postecoglou does, or would you go the complete opposite and do an Arteta or something?
I definitely wouldn't do the Arteta style of management. I think Ange has it right. I mean, he's dealing with professionals, with grown men, who are trying to implement a plan. I think, like you put it well, that I think whenever you're yelling at these players, you might just be confusing them. They're not going to be hearing you perfectly. It's not. You don't get a chance to speak to everyone at the same time. I think it's better, like Ange does, like you were kind of alluding to get a good view of what's going on, and then to address it at halftime, or breaks, the water breaks, the mandatory ones when it's hot, stuff like that, where you can get the whole team together. I think he kind of relies on everybody working together and his plan coming together and working, and without talking to everybody, I think you just run the risk of confusing them and making the situation worse. So I like it. I like it this way. I don't think it's everyone. It's everybody does things a different way, of course, as Jose was alluding to earlier. But yeah, if it was me, I would probably do it a lot like Ange does it.
Do you see Shemtan's comment, Colin? I couldn't stop laughing. I was trying not to laugh at the same time you were talking because I wanted to be respectful to your opinion.
Oh, no. What did he say? I didn't even take. Hold on.
He's saying, how dare you tell me to be nice and criticise people? If I want to talk about how Colin's beard is growing out of control, I'm going to.
Oh, man, it is really, really, really bad. Yeah.
I think
my wife hates it.
He's basically saying, have a meeting with a razor.
Yeah. Oh, I need to really badly.
You know what? I like your beard, Colin. And when you
it at least needs a trim. I'll probably see if I can go get it trimmed. Maybe before work today. Who knows?
You'll catch less food though, so it's going to fall on the floor, isn't it?
That's so true.
You've wasted food.
I just say, like, when your mustache gets all wet, it's just no good. Jose, you probably have a mustache.
What do you want to say, darling?
Sorry, just Peter Kirias is here, right? So Peter, right, one more time, Peter, just underneath your comment you just put in, that's my channel email if you want to contact me on there, because I keep putting it up and you never ever respond to me. So, you got it. He says he's got it. Fine, he's got it now. That's fantastic.
Nice one.
Boom. And then, Jose, I wanted to tell you, I've emailed you 3 thumbnails that are kind of placeholders because, like I said, I'm not at home and I didn't.
You're not home, Mark? Where are you then?
I'm at my Beth's mom's.
So
hiding in the bathroom. We went to go visit today.
Are they all asleep?
We went to go. Yeah, everybody else is asleep.
Okay. Can I just whisper to you then? Are you getting on with her? All right.
Yeah. Not bad.
Yeah? Oh, good. Okay.
I'm going to be a mother-in-law in, what's today's date? The 8th of September, is it?
It is. Yes, ma'am.
It's my brother Louis's birthday, first and foremost. So pick up my brother Louis.
Oh, happy birthday, Louis.
Yeah, he's Drula's dad. He's Drula's dad.
Yay.
I phoned him a day early because I thought it was the 8th yesterday. Because when you're retired,
you forgot his birthday.
I'm telling you. But I'm going to phone him. I bought him a pair of shoes, so he loves his shoes. My brother Louis. Yeah. So big up Louis and big up everyone in YouTube. Actually, even if you're having a fight with somebody, try and be nice to each other today.
For sure.
Try and keep it calm.
Jose, if I bring up those thumbnails real quick.
Sorry, how long are you there for?
We were supposed to have last night. So I probably will let everybody sleep for maybe another like 2 hours, and then try to round everybody up.
How long does it take you to get back?
Hour and a half. Nothing crazy.
That's not too bad.
That's not too bad.
But you're being good to each other.
Yeah. Everyone's being nice. I didn't want to
push
anybody to leave early or anything.
If you wake them up, though, Colin.
I know. That's
imagine your mother-in-law coming in with her hairnet. Yeah.
No, that would be awful. That's part of why I have the camera off, just in case.
Was it 5:30 in the morning where you are now?
It is correct.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. All right.
And he's been with us since 4:15, haven't you? You joined us at 4:15.
Do you know what?
Your time.
Do you know what? I can't work out who it was, but you know I did a member show yesterday.
Yeah, I missed
Yeah.
it.
Okay, no, but I did remember the show yesterday. But I've woken up this morning, and there was a comment, and so I had a look here, and I can't make out who it was, but someone's commented saying, something along the lines of for FFS, this is meant to be a football channel, not about mental health. Because we discussed mental health yesterday, and I think it's good to do that. And someone criticised the video saying this is a football channel, not mental health.
Well,
the thing is, right? It
I
goes.
found it weird.
It goes together because when you watch Spurs, you bloody go mental. I'm telling you, they drive you mental. We've had win, lose or draw, so we've had all three results. We've won, we've lost, we've drawn. So we've had all the emotions. But when you draw, it's like an equilibrium. You don't know what to do you?
Yeah.
It's not a win and it's not a loss, and you think, oh, bit pants a draw, right? Especially against Leicester because we dominated that match. Oh, I was so upset that we didn't beat them. But then Newcastle, we go up in Newcastle. Lads, we played better than Newcastle, didn't we? We did, right? And we deserved to win the match. But sometimes you don't always get what you deserve in football. But you've got to take it on the chin, right? And our fans, they really do go into meltdown when we lose. They do. Not all of them, but on Twitter, which Jose calls shitter. I love it when you call it shit, Jose. It cracks me up, right? And you've got a right to lose your shit. You have got a right because you love the club and you want us to be successful. And some people don't see a certain person at the club. We won't mention him because we don't want to go there as somebody who's going to take us there because he hasn't bloody done it in 24 seasons. We've won one cup. But we've made 6 finals and won one out.
Who could you possibly mean? Is he bald-headed by chance?
His name begins with L and it ends with Y.
Does it rhyme with...
Right. But he's done good for the club in other respects, right? So it depends what you want out of a club. I'm all about the glory because I come from the glory years. Right. Yeah. And I know some fans like Ben Kaufman, for example, he hasn't seen any glory apart from one cup.
Well, neither have I. Yeah.
Yeah, I know, Colin, right? But you know what? With
you guys are the lucky ones.
Take it on the chin, whereas Ben
but they're the lucky ones.
Doesn't like it that we have
the lucky ones. Yeah, but they're the lucky ones, the ones that have only seen one trophy in their lifetime. Because in our lifetime, look at the amount of hangovers we used to have. We're a lot healthier now, aren't we?
There you go. There you go.
I'll tell you what, my family's.
Yeah, you guys have lots to party about.
I come from a very big family, lads. You know, I've got 7 brothers, right? But I've got an extended family that's massive as well. And we're all Spurs fans apart from 2. We've got a Gooner, who's my daughter's, my brother Scully's daughter. She's a Gooner, unfortunately. We didn't get to her in time. And she supports the other idiots up down the road. Right? And then we've got a Wolves fan who's my cousin... My dad's brother's son, who's my first cousin, he's also Louis. He supports Wolverhampton Wanderers, right? They're the only 2 in the family that support another club, all right? Yeah. So, but now, unfortunately for me, I'm getting a Chelsea fan as a son-in-law, as you all know.
Oh, no.
What am I to do?
You don't get to pick your family, sometimes.
And he's already sent a card to Angela with a Chelsea. He embossed her head on a Chelsea bloody shirt.
Sort of like this. That's for week 4 predictions.
Yeah, come on, Jose, get in there.
But that's got to be week 4 predictions, right, for Thursday and. I'll leave it now.
I was going to say, I wanted to pull up all 3 banners, so I've made these all really quick.
I've seen them.
Oh, okay, great.
I'm on the phone.
Okay, cool.
Anyway,
so I wanted you to know those are all there in the...
on my glasses as well. Yeah, nobody's commented on my glasses yet.
You look like an international secretary.
Thank you. That's the look I was going for.
Yeah, you look like an international secretary.
These are my new glasses, right? And they're actually for close up. But I've got ones for long distance that are blue because I wanted the blue ones for Spurs because I'm actually going to put a white trim on them as well. So they're blue and white because I'm quite artistic. I can do that.
Ooh,
right?
that sounds nice. Very fancy.
Yeah, but what I wanted to find out from you guys as well, obviously, Jose, me and you will be going to the North London derby. So, Colin, can you actually tap your mother-in-law and come over to the North London derby? Say, listen, honey, right? I want to go and join Jose and Ellie at the North London derby. Will you fund it for me?
Wouldn't that be amazing?
Come on. Oh my God, Colin, it'd be so cool. And you could stay at my house.
Maybe next season I'll make it. But no, but you two should have a wonderful time. I'm excited. I'm excited to see pictures and video.
Yeah, you've got to come, Colin. North London derby. Have you been to one before?
Never.
Oh,
I
come
sure have
on.
not. No.
It's amazing. It really is. And if we win,
unless we lose, I don't know. I feel like that would be awful.
If you lose, what you do? If you lose and you deserve to lose, you take it on the chin, right? But last season, I think we deserved to win that match. We really did. We should have won it, all right? But the season before, they deserved to win when they beat us 2-1. And the season before that, we battered them 3-0. And honestly, the concourse was absolutely rocking. It was so wonderful to be in that concourse. And we all stayed there for a good 2 hours before we went to any pub. That's how cool it was. And the trumpeter was in there, the drummer was in there, and the fans were amazing. The men were taking off their shirts, big men, six-pack men, obviously better to look at.
Hey,
like Andy.
We love all body types here. We don't body shame on Tel Cockerel.
Going to the stadium and seeing videos, and it's my first time that I went to Everton. Yeah. But you can tell that that people would, if on a victory, people do hang about because it was only Everton. But when you came from Everton, there was people in the goal line bar. It was absolutely packed after the game. And then, you walk outside, and when you walk outside, they've got that fans area, and that had a fair few people because they had the Villa Arsenal game on in the background, didn't they? So I had a fair few people. So I can just only imagine that if you have a North London derby and you win it, that was packed enough I thought it was packed anyway. But like Eddie says, it would be heaving compared to the Everton game if you end up beating Arsenal.
I can't imagine.
Yeah, I shouldn't saying, good morning, Mr. Bossman, Jose. Finally, someone to take control of this madhouse.
I don't know about that. No one can control Ellie. God.
No,
that's true. I'm
the craziest person I think my brother Boo gives me a good for craziness, and my brother Scully's not far behind either. But the rest
you had to learn it somewhere.
My brother Scully is crazy, and my brother Boo, he loves Spurs. I'm always talking about Boo. His real name's Balaskevas, which means Balaskeva is Friday. It means Friday in Greek. Balaskevi. Yeah, so he was named after my grandmother, my mum's mum. Right. So yeah, I love all my brothers, but my favourite brother is Boo. And then after that, well, because I grew up with him, and he used to take me to all the Spurs matches when my dad was away, because my dad decided to go to Hastings to work, and he stayed in Hastings for a long time. I enjoyed my formal years going to Spurs and playing for Spurs ladies, and he was always supportive, and he was a very good footballer, my brother Boo, as well. Very, very good footballer.
Colin, Hastings is the town next to me.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Wow. Yeah. So
Ellie knows her way around and the back streets down where
cousins. I had cousins in Bexhill, but when I was young, Jose, and my dad used to take me with him on school holidays, I used to go up with my mum and brothers, and we all used to.
If you come up, he was coming.
Go down.
If he was coming up, you'd be coming across from France on a boat.
Yeah, no, but I always liked going to Bexhill because my cousins lived there, and they were my particularly lovely cousins, and I just loved going on the train with my dad and my mum, and it was brilliant. Like when I was younger, I had such good times up on the south coast, But you know what, Jose, I can't remember a lot about. I can remember going to my cousin's house, but I can't remember a lot about the area, Bexhill. I know there's the seaside there and everything because I hear it every time you phone me, right? But I want to come there again. When I come to Hastings, I'd love to visit and meet up with you and your wife and that. So if an invitation is extended, I would take you up on it. I'm telling you. Because it's not far. Is it 4 kilometers?
No, it's a lot.
Or
It's
14?
7 miles.
7 miles. So what is that in kilometers?
7 or 8 miles. Probably about 13, 14 kilometers.
Yeah,
12,
14
13,
kilometers. That's what I thought. That's what I meant to say, 14 kilometers. Yeah. So we catch up on the chat. So Lee Richards is saying, I don't think we had a great summer transfer-wise, so I'm not expecting much in LGE, to be honest. Top 6 or 7 at best, but I do really hope we have a go in the cups this year. Need to end our trophy drought. Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
So to me, with answering this one for you, Lee, yeah, I don't agree about the league positions, but I do agree about the trophy. At the end of the day, to win a trophy, to win a league, in the league you end up where you deserve to be after 38 games because it's a marathon, not a sprint. A cup is more of a sprint, and to win a cup, you need luck. Doesn't matter who you are, you need luck. You need the right kind of draw. You need the players to be fit on a given game day. You also need the right mentality, whether you're playing home or away. Then you also need to a manager to pick the right team as well. So there's a lot of variables that get involved in going on a cup run. Yeah. I hope that at the very beginning of this, what we need is about picking the team. And for me, the way that I look here is that as fans, we know that we're playing in 4 competitions this year, right? And as fans, I know that fans have been saying, but you got to give Mikey Moore a run out. You got to give Will Lancashire a run out. People are saying these things. Our young ones need to be given a run out. We've bought youngsters for no reason. We're not giving them a run out. So when it comes to these cup games, especially, and it will all start in the Carabao Cup against Coventry, we'll get to know more about ourselves in that game. Yeah. If he picks an alternative team, because we played the Carabao Cup 3 days after the Arsenal game. We've got Arsenal on a Sunday and then the Carabao Cup game on a Wednesday. And then we've got Brentford again on Saturday of the following week or something like that. So we've got 3 games in a week. It'll be the first time we've got 3 games in a week this season. But if we pick Mikey Moore, Will Lancashire, if we pick Gray and Bergvall and players like this to start, you sprinkle a few first teamers and some of the other players in, then I don't want to see people say, what's he doing? He's not picking his best side. Because you can't have it both ways. You can't say, yeah, we need to give minutes. And on the other hand, when you're giving the minutes, say, no, what's he doing? We need to play our strongest side. But I'm hoping that the team that he picks plays with more conviction this year against Coventry than the team that played against Forest in the second round or whatever it was in the Carabao Cup last year when we lost 2-0.
I've got a message for you, Jose. Can you see that?
No.
Let me put it up on my board. Can you see it now?
No.
It says, pick Højbjerg, get him back. Come on. I want Højbjerg back just because I love him. I think he's fantastic. And look what he's doing for Marseille already.
Drop it, will you?
Move on. Drop it.
Listen, we got players out on loan that I'm not even talking about. And they're on loan, so that means they still belong to the club.
Yeah. Like, we haven't got rid of Reguilon, though. He's still about, isn't he?
That's a weird one, yeah.
It's not.
Maybe he's keeping him for a reason, though, because remember, Udogie came back from a hamstring injury and he didn't play a pre-season, so maybe he'll use Reguilon in that Coventry game.
If a Turkish team comes in before the Turkish window closes, in for Reguilon's gone.
I
You reckon
agree.
he'll go to Turkey? Don't you think his ambition might
Yeah,
be to go back to Spain?
The only league left, Ellie, that he can go to. Every
And
other
he can
league.
at least get some minutes there, and then maybe impress, and then go to Spain.
I'm suspicious about Reguilon because no big team or even an average team has come in for him.
Yeah.
Right? It just seems a bit weird. Don't
So
you think?
hence, well, it could, yeah, but you don't know because you don't know whether he's asking for too much money or whether other teams just think he's pony.
Yeah.
At the end of the
Maybe
day,
both.
Well, Man
Maybe
United
both.
didn't think he was pony. Or they signed him on loan.
so but they
Right.
haven't got a left back. They haven't got a left back, and they didn't come
Yeah,
in
they
back
did.
in for him.
I know because Luke Shaw was injured
And
he filled
Malacia,
in-
and Malasia's
Yeah.
injured, and
Yeah.
they didn't come back for him. But anyway, with
No, they
Reguilon,
didn't.
my thoughts are that if the Turkish window
Ricky's
closes,
pants.
I think Turkish window closes sometime next week. I think if Shemtam's still here, he may know, but I think it's sometime next week it closes. And if he's gonna go, it will be to Turkey. Otherwise, he leaves on a free next year. Don't he? He's in his last year at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe that might be preferable to him though, because then he kind of has more choice over where he goes and signing on bonuses and that type of thing. You guys, I hate to be this person, but I am going to try to catch
Yeah,
a few
you
more
know what?
weeks.
We've got to bring the show to a close because I've got to get down to Covent Garden because I promised a young lad who lives near me, and Angela wants to go to Stratford as well. So I'm going to go 2 places, but I'm telling you, thank you for everybody. Sorry we didn't get to all your comments. I really do apologise. But once Jose comes on, you know, all holds bar, isn't it? He's going to say something about Højbjerg as well that'll upset me. But I'll forgive him because he's all right, Jose. And
But
Colin,
I wanted to talk too.
So welcome anytime on Tel Cockerel.
It was nice. It was nice to join you, even just for a bit. But I
Yeah.
wanted to talk with Jose and tell everybody. So you know that last week was the bonus predictions, and tomorrow, right at 4 p.m. Jose,
Yes.
will be the results. Can I put that one up? Oh,
Yeah.
We have this results for bonus
Yeah.
predictions.
That's tomorrow's show at 4 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
Tomorrow,
Yeah.
come on. Everybody
So-
tune in so you
Yeah.
can see what your scores on the doors are.
And
All
then
right.
what day are you doing the international break done? North London Derby show?
That show was probably going to be on Wednesday
All right. And
at 4 o'clock.
I made this just now. It's not my best work.
It's
and
not
then-
bad.
Thank you so much. And then I won't put up the other one. I don't think
And
Jose
then
liked it.
the
but-
prediction show for next week is the Premiership's back, so all the games in the
again.
competition start. That will be on Thursday. I'm not around on Friday, so it'll be on Thursday this week. It's going to be a day early. That's not the one, is it? That's it. That's the one.
Yep. And
Yeah.
you'll be busy Friday, so it'll be Thursday this week. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that we got those teased a little bit at least. And guys,
Yeah.
if you hit the notification bell, you'll absolutely know those are coming up.
But I think what I'll do,
Yeah.
I'll finish the show if you two need to shoot off, because then I can catch up with the chat. 'Cause it's only fair. I'll
Yeah,
give you the chat,
yeah.
and then
true,
I'll
Jose. But
then I
sorry,
can
I
finish
have
it.
to leave.
no,
before
thank you.
Before I leave, I just want to say, I just want to big up Mark Cousins because Mark and I are going to do a fun show on Spurs Diehards, TTID. And also,
When's
Free
that tonight?
Spurs Boys. It's going to be on Monday, tomorrow, or
Okay.
Tuesday. We're not sure. We probably do it Tuesday now because there's a lot of prep that needs to go into it.
Okay.
So I haven't spoken to Mark since Thursday. So I have to catch up with him today. But also on the Free Spurs Boys, I'm just going to show you this. Free Spurs Boys, right? Chris and I are joining forces. We're just waiting for Bobby to get everything together, do an intro, do an outro for us, and get the show compiled. I'm helping as well, but I asked my nephew to do a few graphics for the intro to send over to Bobby to see what he thinks. And then he's going to put some music together, get the show rocking and rolling. So probably next week we'll start it. And it'll be perfect because it'll be a lead up to the North London Derby as well. So we're going to do like a really fun show, but with Spurs in mind as well. So there's 2 things to look forward to, people. And
tonight,
obviously Spurs diehards.
and tonight you've got your
Tonight,
Spurs diehards, aren't
You've
you?
got Spurs diehards tonight at 8 o'clock as usual, with Adrian hosting. So I've got to get to the shops and get back for that as well. So hopefully I'll get back for it. I will get back for it before
tonight
8.
at 8 o'clock. I'm on early
8
doors. Tonight 8 o'clock. I'm on early doors football TV on Sunday night takeaway. So it will be Arsenal, Chelsea, Man United, West Ham, and I'll be representing Tottenham like I did last week. So we've got that. I've got that going on tonight as well.
Does it get pretty fiery, Jose?
Sorry?
Does it get pretty fiery over there?
You know what? Do you know what? It's last week's my first time being on there, but it was everyone's respectful, which was good. You don't get it wasn't idiots spouting off and putting chest out at the man. It was like respectful. So,
yeah, but Jose, do they know that Højbjerg is the best midfielder in the world?
they haven't told me that yet. No, so I'm thinking they possibly don't know that because they didn't tell me that.
They think it. But one lady who used to be called Queen Ellie Højbjerg has switched to Bergvall under the guise and the guide of Mr. Irish Hotspur Dave, who said I have to go with Bergvall because remember I was VDV, right? Yeah. And Shemtan, you need to comment on this because I'm a flip flop. And I had to flip-flop to Bergvall because he's an Adonis. And I only do Adonises.
There you go. There you go.
There you go. You heard it here first, folks. But have a lovely afternoon, boys.
Yeah.
Right,
well, no, Colin's game as well. So
yeah, you have a lovely morning, Colin.
Thank you so very much.
The mother-in-law doesn't disown you.
I was going to say, I don't think I've woken anybody up because no one's banged on the door yet. So that's a good thing.
I've had Angela banging on the ceiling, so
take
care, everybody. Enjoy
the
week.
Bye, Ellie. Good to see you as always.
Try not to watch any international football. That's what my tip is. Right, take care.
See you later, girls. See you later, Colin. Take care, guys.
Bye, Ellie.
Bye.
All right.
Bye, Colin.
Bye. And then Jose, talk to you soon, my friend.
All right, mate. Take care, people. See you later.
See you, buddy.
Bye-bye. Right, the GOAT says football. Clear Lake out says big up panel and chat. How are you? I hope you're well. And then says thoughts on the Chelsea situation currently. Well, for those that don't know, my wife's uncle is the grandson of the owner of Chelsea, or the former owner of Chelsea. The Mears family, who sold the club to Ken Bates. So that's my affiliation with Chelsea through family. But then other than that, Chelsea's not my side. But yeah, there seem to be a lot of things going on at Chelsea. From the fact that you buy all the players under the sun, from the fact about the amount of money you spent, everything that's going on in the background with some charges that are coming your way. Now you've got the two main protagonists and owners at your club fighting each other for overall control because they've now fallen out with each other. So yeah, you pretty much got it going on. You've got a new manager that's come in that's trying to instill a new philosophy. Who probably doesn't know what his best team is yet and stuff. But yeah, you've got quite a lot going on at Chelsea. And at the end of the day, I think within reason, every club has its own issues. Chelsea are not unique. Everyone has its own issues, and it's down. And these issues either get resolved or unresolved throughout a period of time, and it just remains. I think it's one of these ones where I say, watch this space for Chelsea fans to see where it gets to. I mean, I don't know whether Chelsea vote with their feet. Whether they pick camps, whether they pick one side or the other, whether they're in for the guy that begins with E, I can't remember his name, or whether they're on the Todd Bowley camp. Do people vote with their feet? I don't know. I don't know what they do at Chelsea. Like I don't know what they do at many other clubs either. But every club seems to have their trials and tribulations. And as I said, it's a process and a period of time to see what the outcome will be. The other side, the guy beginning with E, I can't remember his name now, but they own 62% of the club, and they've come out and said they will not sell any more of their shares. So whatever shares Bowley and that have got, they're not going to get any more shares, not from the 62% side, are they? So yeah, it's something that they're going to have to do. So they're going to have to sort out. Peter says the biggest problem in any new manager needs time to implement. Too many supporters are looking for a quick fix. That's called desperation. At the end of the day, yeah, you're quite right, Peter. To me, I'll maintain that Tottenham have given Postecoglou, because it happens to be Ange at the moment, but they've given him a 4-year contract, which is a contract that's been longer than other managers have been given at the club, bar Pochettino. And normally, when you start something like this off, what you do, you've got a roadmap, or you've got a thought, you've got a plan of what you want to do, and you want to get a roadmap where you want to get from A to, I don't know, to S in 4 years. And during the time, you've got milestones, and you've got things that you need to do and things you need to reach. So therefore, there's a plan that's been put in place with the people at Tottenham and the manager, and that includes the academy, it includes absolutely everything about the club, right? And if you think to yourself that it's going to be something that's going to take us 4 years, then, and that's what we're going to do, we're going to hand out a 4-year contract and then see where we are at the end of the 4 years. Then you'd like to think that if you're going to give a 4-year contract, which is a big commitment, you're going to give a contract out to someone that you think is going to take you there that 4 years. And that doesn't always happen, but we're looking to see that happens this time around. So for me, we'll see. We carry on as we are at the moment, and we'll see where we get to with it. I'm certainly not throwing the towel in after 3 games. It remains to be seen. You've got to play everybody twice. So you shouldn't be fearful, because the one thing you do know is who your other 19 opponents are. And you've got to play them opponents home and away. And before the start of the season, every club would have seen a fixture list. When you're playing these teams home and away. So at the end of the day, I think it's a season to look forward to. I'm not hiding, and getting into the corner and saying, "Oh, it's doom and gloom." I'm not going to be like that. I'm looking forward to the season. I look forward to every time Tottenham play. Ever since I started supporting the club, every game, doesn't matter who we're playing against, doesn't matter whether they're in the pits of despair. So it doesn't matter whether we've got a Christian Gross as our manager. Even when we had a Christian Gross as our manager, I still look forward to Tottenham playing. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. I support the team, and I'll see where it takes us. But I do think it's right to be critical, right? So I'm going to agree, it's right to be critical, but sometimes we become overcritical, because what I don't see enough of, and if I'm honest, what I don't see and hear enough of is, and critique can go even after a victory, but we critique too much in my eyes after a victory. We don't celebrate a victory as much as we do. We can't call it celebrate, can you? But if we win a game, we don't celebrate enough. If we lose a game, cool, the world's caved in, and everyone piles in. A lot of people seem to pile in on a loss, but they don't get behind a victory as much as they should do. So at the end of the day, it's horses for courses. All teams win and lose. There's not many teams that go through a season unbeaten. Some people will say, that there are some teams have done it. Well, they haven't, because even Leverkusen are the closest team to get to a perfect season last season, and they lost in the Europa final, didn't they? So they'd won in the German league. I think they might. I can't remember whether they won the German Cup, but they were unbeaten in the league, but they then lost in the Europa final. So they weren't unbeaten. So no team remains unbeaten. So do Man City have a meltdown? Do other teams have meltdowns every time they lose a game? Do other teams have meltdowns when they win a game? Because it seems to be in our fan base that we can't celebrate victory, and we have to have a meltdown with that as well. Sorry, this was earlier about the North London derby. Smithy says, if we win, it will be like an earthquake in the stadium, Mr. Senor Jose. Robbie has popped in and said, afternoon, Ellie, Colin, Jose, and all in the chat. Good afternoon, Robbie. Sorry that they haven't read your comments out earlier, but I think Ellie got distracted. Spurs Bent says 10 minutes to Bexhill from Hastings. Yep. And you're 30 minutes away from Hastings. No rain today, Jose, thank God. So, yeah, you're in Tunbridge Wells, which is just up on the southeastern line, isn't it? Jesus H, should have shut my mouth. It's cats and dogs now. Well, it's not raining down here, not at the moment, but I'll have to have a look. Norman Lamont says, good evening, guys from Oz. Totally disillusioned with the fan base and some podcasters. Looks like Ange will have to do it without them and management. Have no doubt he will handle it. Norman, I hope you're well, sir. I hope you're well. Shemtam says, when I said take control of the Manhouse, I didn't mean get rid of everyone and take over everything. Spurs Bench says that Jose woke up Jose and then they did a runner. That's exactly what they did. Just Harmless Potato says, good morning, happy Sunday to everyone. Yep, and you, sir, and you. People saying like each other, Destiny 5 is here. Hello, Destiny. How are you? It's going to be interesting tomorrow's show when I do the predictions results. It will be interesting because what I found is that those people that remembered to come and do the predictions, a lot of them 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. About 21 people actually improved their positions in the league from doing predictions yesterday. So all will be revealed in tomorrow's show. But yeah, a bonus week it was for those that took part. For those that took part, did have a bonus week. So that would be good. Just looking back on yesterday, if I look back on yesterday results, good morning, Phil. He says, big up, Jose. Got family in Bexhill on Sea, and my old man lives in Eastbourne. Visit there 3 or 4 times a year. Yeah, Eastbourne's about, yeah, obviously you'll know if you come down here, but Eastbourne's about 13 miles from me. It's, yeah, 13 miles from me on the Sea Road. The A259 takes us all the way down into Eastbourne. It's about a 20-minute drive into Eastbourne, or equally, it's probably about 20 minutes on the train, and that's because it stops all along the coast before it gets to Eastbourne. Nice part of the country where I am. I'm very, very grateful for where I live. You've got, I'm trying to do player watch, but I'm not sure how many players played yesterday. In fact, it looks like none of our players played yesterday because I don't think we've got any players that are Armenian, Latvian, Faroe Islands, Macedonia, Holland, Bosnia, Herzegovina. So Van der Ven didn't play because he was out. Germany, Hungary. We don't have any Germans or Hungarians in our team. Greece 3-0. We don't have any Greeks or Finnish players. We don't have any Republic of Ireland players or England players in the squad. No Moldovans or Maltese. No Ukrainians or Albanians, and we haven't got any Georgians or Czechs. So yesterday we wouldn't have had any players playing from Tottenham yesterday in any of the games, but some of our players did play on Thursday and Friday, whether it be under 21s or for their teams, and some of our loaned players ended up playing as well. I know Mala Solomon captain Israel. I think it was Friday night, but then we've got another round of fixtures tonight, or today and tonight, and then you've got fixtures on Monday, and then fixtures on Tuesday, and everybody is back at the club by Wednesday, and then we're playing again on Sunday. So tonight in the Nations League, we will have. We ain't got any Croats, we ain't got any Polish, we ain't got any Portuguese, we haven't got any Scottish, we haven't Sweden. So Sweden plays Estonia tonight. So that will mean that Decky's been captain for Sweden recently. He's been made captain. So Decky's probably in line to play that game tonight. And Bergvall made his debut on Thursday evening for Sweden. He came on for the last 28 minutes to half an hour or so. So he's made his full international for them, and he'll be playing tonight for Sweden. So that's 2 Tottenham players playing tonight. We don't have any Luxembourg players. We don't have any Belarus, Bulgaria, Northern Ireland, Denmark, Serbia. We don't have none of them. You got Switzerland versus Spain tonight, but we don't have any Swiss or Spain players. Mexico have just beaten New Zealand in a friendly, and we don't have none of them players. Right. However, do we have any here? Hong Kong, Fiji, and Philippines, Pakistan. No. African Cup of Nations. No, we don't have anyone playing in that. So today it appears that we're quite light with players playing from Tottenham that are away on international duty today. Looking at tomorrow, we have Israel, Italy. So for Israel, Manor Solomon was captain for Israel the other night. I know he's still a Tottenham player, but he's on loan at Leeds. And they're at home to Italy. And Italy, obviously, Doggy played the other night. He came on for the last half an hour or so the other night. And Vicario was an unused sub. So you've got them 2 players away at the moment. Romania played Lithuania, so the Dragon will be playing in that game. He played the other night, the Dragon as well. He got a yellow carded in the 4th minute of extra time at the end of the game. Norway, Austria, Slovenia, Kazakhstan. We've got none of them players. Montenegro, Wales. So with Wales, it'll be Brennan Johnson, who played 90 minutes the other night for the first time in a long time for Wales. And Ben Davies will be playing in that. And then you have Turkey playing Iceland. We don't have any Turkish or Icelandic players. But then you have tomorrow, have we got? Senegal. So Pat Matsar could be playing tomorrow away to Burundi in the African Nations qualifiers. And I'm trying to see if Mali are playing. No, Mali don't seem to have a game on that day. So with Mali not playing, that means that unless they've got friendly, that means that we're not likely to see Basuma playing. Basuma captained and scored the other night for Mali. And then the under-21s are playing, and they've got friendly against Austria tomorrow. And Archie Gray played for the under-21s, England under-21s on Friday. He played in midfield. In the CONCACAF, I don't think we've got any CONCACAF players, have we? El Salvador, no CONCACAF players. So that's going to be Monday. And then on Tuesday, we have, it'll be the same as yesterday, won't it? So I don't think we've got any players playing. No, we won't have any players playing in that. And we've got National League. So that means, to me, looking at this, I don't want to speak too early, but looking at this, it looks like Sonny only played once. Sonny played on Thursday, but I can't see Sonny playing the second game at the moment. The African Nations on Tuesday night as well, and in that you have Mali are playing away to Eswatini. Never heard of that country, but Eswatini. So that means that Bissouma will be involved in that. So Bissouma will be one of the guys. Well, mind you, it's in Africa, isn't it? So Africa is probably could be anything between 4 to 8 hours away. So yeah, that would make it a late one for Biss, but Biss would probably fly back in and stay overnight at Tottenham's hotel or whatever at the training ground, and then be there for training for Wednesday morning. He looks like he might be the latest player back as I'm looking at this, because as I said, I can't see that Sonny is playing again. There's no fixtures there for the Asian qualifiers, so it could well be. But anyway, all the players will all be back at Tottenham Hotspur way on Wednesday. I wish that all the players that are still yet to play international cricket, who are yet to play international football over these next few days between today and Tuesday, I hope that one, they enjoy playing for the nations, but two, that they come back to Hotspur way fully fit, So we have a fully fit squad to pick from, or as fully fit as we can be to pick from for the Arsenal game. It appears to be early at the moment, I know, but let me just say hello to a few people. David Shears now come in. Says, good day, Jose Coba. Hello, David. I hope you're well. So you've missed Ellie, you've missed Colin, you've missed Chang. I woke up and came onto the show because they were messaging me. And as soon as I came on the show, they left. So I was just wrapping up and telling people and catching up with the chat for them. But since I've done this, a few more people have joined. So I was just going through the roundup of the of what other players we've still got to play in international games and who's coming back when. Norman says, based on 15 years of following Ange, the squad this time next year will be very different. Ange has not yet exceeded 50% in Ange we trust. Norman, the squad looks different already this season to what it did last year. The only thing I will say, Norman, is that although I'm not opposing the majority of the signings that we've made, I'm not opposed to them. I just felt that we could have done that bit more. I would have been, for me, I would have been absolutely gassed had we assigned 2 or 3 more players. I mean, at the end of the day, he might want to work with a smaller squad than what he had last season, because last season we had a big, massive squad. I know that players were out on loan, but we had a huge squad last year. And this year, we already know that in the Europa League, we're down to 23 players because of the homegrown element. But we're not going to be far off that element as well in the Premiership, because if you look at it, Bergvall and Gray come off that list. So they're counted as having a full place in the 23. In the Premiership, they go on the B list. So we'll probably have a smaller squad than last year, because last year we had 25 players, and then all your players that were on the B list, i.e. your Mikey Moores, Alfie Devines, Jamie Donnelly's and people like that, they were on the B list, and we had 25 players. This year we won't have 25 players, but we will have some players on the B list. So yeah, for me, the squad has changed from last season, but we could have done with 2 or 3 more in my eyes. What do you think on that comment then, Norman, that I've given back to you? And then also as well, by the same token, yeah, next season, if we want to carry on transforming the football side, then we need to change. Some of the players won't make it after next season. They'll be moved on as well, and then we'll probably look to bring other players in. So you keep revolving the squad and that. So yeah, we'll see what tweaks happen next year. Good morning to you. I think it's morning. I'm not sure. Yes, good morning to you, Jordan. It is morning, I believe. Good morning, Jordan. I hope you're well, sir. And you've got Brian. Good morning, everyone. Hope you are well. Good morning to you, Brian. It's definitely morning for you, I know, because you're in Canada. And I think being in I think you're in Jamaica, aren't you, Jordan? I think your timeline is not far from the American timeline, so I think it's morning for you. I might be wrong. So with that being said, going into the game on Sunday, at this early moment, there is a well-held belief that that Van der Ven will be available for the North London derby, and that Solanke will be available for the North London derby. But the cryptics in some of the conversations that have been going on leads me to believe that maybe Richarlison is not going to be around and not going to be fit for the North London derby. I cried out for, and it doesn't matter who the second striker was that came in. It just happens to be that it was Solanke. But I cried out for having another striker purely because Richie's doesn't remain fit. We don't get a full season out of Richie, and also I wanted. I don't know whether some of it's in your head and some of it's mentally, or just physically, your body's just broken, or something mentally says, you've got a twitch and you can't get past it. But I was hoping that with bringing in another striker, it may have got Richie his head, around some of the injuries that he's got, and maybe giving him that competition and kick up the arse that he needed, and maybe that he'd play a few more matches. But no, it struck again. He's injured again. He's not fit for us, and that can't be. And that's not good. So basically, we are relying on having one striker, and that one striker is Solanke. So the sooner he comes back, the better in my eyes. But yeah, I wish everybody well in the international break. I want them all to come back fit and healthy, so we can have the strongest squad possible to select from to play against Arsenal next Sunday. but I feel that Richie will not be playing. Paul G says, I was on earlier, but Ellie and Chang have morphed into Jose. Good morning. Good afternoon, Paul. It's 12:10, so it's good afternoon now. Yeah, so what happened this morning was, it's Ellie's show. It wasn't mine. I was up till about 4 in the morning goofing around watching stuff on TV, and went to bed, and I got up because my phone pinged, and it was someone telling me that Ellie needed someone to come on the show. But this was like 11:15. I was like, what is going on? And so I came on, and it's just Chang had left, so she wanted more company. So I came on, and Colin was there. And Colin, it's like, it's now 6:10 in the morning for Colin, but this was like at least half an hour ago. So it's like 5:30 in the morning for Colin. I was like, what's he doing up anyway? But they've both had to leave, had to go and do things, and they hadn't caught up with the chat. So I said I'd catch up with the chat. So I told them I'd stay on and catch up with the chat. But catching up with the chat, obviously, I'm answering some of the comments that people have put in there, and then giving some opinions of where I think we are with, or where we have been with the internationals that have been away. Hotspur, Harry, good afternoon to you, Harry, because you're in the same time zone as me. Won't win anything with these tactics and just youth. We'll have to wait and see, Harry. We'll have to wait and see. Because unless you've got the crystal ball and you know what all the results are going to be, then if you do know that, then can you tell me what the lottery numbers are as well, please, Harry? Tell me who's finishing 1st to 20th in the Premiership. And if you know, because you know all this already, then I will go and put a bet on the bookies, because you already know this. And I will then win lots of money by predicting the exact positions, exact goals conceded, and whatever, because we know already that we won't win anything. I did say earlier, Harry, that that was all jesting, but I did say earlier, Harry, that the league tells you where you are after 38 games, but with cup competitions, there's lots of different variables. It's a sprint, not a marathon. The league is a marathon, and it all depends, because on the one hand, you've got a lot of the fan base that are saying what we need to do is we need to give Mikey more minutes. What we need to do is we need to give Will Lancashire minutes. We need to give Gray minutes. We need to give Bergvall minutes. And so I'm hearing this from people saying, but Ange doesn't give the youth, the youngsters minutes, but we need to give them minutes. So by the same token, we'll wait and see what happens. But we've got Coventry 3 days after the North London derby in the Cup, and that'll be the first Cup game for us this season. And it'll be interesting to see what side Ange picks for that game, because you can't have it both ways with your torn saying that the players don't get selected, but then when they do, then rip into the manager saying, well, he's not taking it seriously. So, at the end of the day, it remains to be seen. I just hope that with the personnel that we've got, regardless of who he picks as a team against Coventry, I'm just hoping that they give it a go. But I did say earlier, so I'm going to be true to myself. I did say earlier that to win a cup, you need some luck on the way. So you need the draws, home or away, players being fit at that moment in time when you've got the cup games. It comes down to squad selection, the mentality of the players at the time. There's a lot of different things that you've got to take on board, and a cup is, you need some elements of luck in winning a cup. And I hope that we pick that our squad is hungrier for when they're played in the cup games, and that we do get a bit of the rub of the green with draws or players being fit at the stages that the cups are going to be coming in, or the weeks that the cups are being played, and that we get a good chance and a good run in the cup. How bad is Lancashire's hammies? David Shear saying, well, I'm not a medic, but I don't think it's as bad as it's not as bad as to keep him out for months and months and months, because when they were talking about this, it appears that the only person they're concerned with in the long run at the moment is Richarlison. So the update that was given on football.london talked about that Lancashire's not far away. Van der Ven should be fit. So should Solanke, but the only person who's a concern is Richarlison. So, yeah. AFC Bournemouth podcast email. Good afternoon to you, mate. I hope you are well. Says, hello, Tel Cockerel. Sorry. Hello, El Cockerel. Jose's the name, mate. But yeah, El Cockerel will do. He says Solanke is your man. Is he good enough for Spurs? I think that Solanke is a good player. I think Solanke can suit the system, but it's only opinions that we all have as a fan base or as individual fans, because we've not really seen, other than the first game against Leicester, which I think he put a shift in. He was a spearhead for our pressing, but then equally spearhead for the pressing in the second game was Son, because Solanke wasn't fit. If he stays fit, I think he could have a good season. But yeah, it's all right. I can say this now, verbalize it. But you do want to see him in action, and you do want to see a bit more about what he's got. We've seen it from afar when he played for Bournemouth, and we saw what he did for Bournemouth. Now we've got different eyes, haven't we? Because our eyes are going to view him in a Tottenham shirt and not in a Bournemouth shirt. So yeah, we're looking forward. Looking forward to seeing him play and see what he can do, if that makes any sense. Tequila, hello mate, says big up Jose. Hello Tequila, mate. Hello, I hope you're well. I hope you're well. And surviving. I have sport almanac for the future, Jose. We'll hook you up later. Tequila, that would be absolutely fantastic. No worries. Yeah, Tel Cockerel is the name of the channel, but Jose's my name, so it's not a problem at all. What's your name though? Because I've subscribed to you and I saw you on another channel, and I can't remember what channel it was, but it'd be nice to know your name as well, because then I can call you from your name as well. But yeah, people do call me Tel, but that's the name of the channel. But my name's Jose. David Shearer is going to provide me and everyone else with the lottery. Fantastic. What have we got? Gus Parker. Gus, I think you must be in Australia. You've got to be this coming in with a G'day Cobbers. G'day Cobbers League Cup is possible, because you only need to win about 3 matches now. Just need a couple of jammy draws and a big performance. I think you need to win. Yeah, I think you need to win a few more than 3 games. I mean, I know in the FA Cup you've got to play 3rd, 4th, 5th. They call it a 6th round. Then is it the quarters, semis? I don't know. You either got to win 6 or 7 games to win the FA Cup. But with the League Cup, it would be. I mean, it might be the same if you've got to play a semi-final on over 2 legs, because in the League Cup you don't have as many teams in the first round, because in the first round of the FA Cup you get all the teams that have qualified through the qualifiers, and then all the league teams enter. So all 92 league teams enter, and then all the teams that were in the qualifiers would enter as well. So all your National League teams and below that have played in the 4 qualifying rounds, they get to the first round proper, and then 92 teams enter. So I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure, but yeah, I get what you're saying. But yeah, we need luck on the way, Gus. But I'm just hoping that we give it a go. And give it a go for me means selection, players being up for it, players being fit to be able to play, stuff like that. So that's what we're looking for, and that's what I'm hoping will happen. No worries, no problems whatsoever. Matty, because I've seen your name, and it was where I saw you, Matt. It was on early doors. That's where I grabbed you and added you or subscribed to you from there. But yeah, it's nice to, as I said, it's nice to have a Bournemouth person in the chat. And as and when we play Bournemouth, then we can do things together and shows together and stuff like that. But yeah, it's great having you here, my friend. It's like great having you here. Peter's saying good morning to his brother. Oh, sorry, good evening to his brother from down under. What have we got here? Just a harmless potatoes. Very, very personal, saying us, hey, sorry, had to take a shower. He's telling us all he's had to take a shower. Fantastic. Tequila says, if we can avoid the big 3 until the final, got a decent chance. To be honest, Tequila, it doesn't matter. Yeah, if you play teams of lesser sides, does your mentality change? Does it shift? Do you think, we're going to have an easier game and stuff like that? Or is it sometimes worth taking some of the, taking out some of the bigger opponents as well? It all depends because it depends how the players come out and how everyone is feeling and who's fit and who ain't. But that's equally not just for Tottenham. That's equally for your opponents that you play against. If you're drawn against a team that you know, let's say you're drawn against let's say you're drawn against an Aston Villa or a West Ham or someone like that, someone that's meant to be chasing the same type of things that you're chasing. Yet they've got 11 injuries. Yeah. Yet they've got 11 injuries. Then it kind of changes the game, basically. So it's not just about us, it's about other teams as well. And, you know, their variables as well. And that's what I'm talking about, luck. You have a bit of luck to win a trophy, but it all depends on variables. And the variables can come from the opponent as well. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see, mate. Gus says, I'm not an Aussie. North London roots all the way. Just going with the and speak. All right, Gus, I got you. Sorry about that. My bad. It's just good when you came in, because normally the Aussies come in with that G'day Cobber because they all follow what Mr. Shear says. So I just presumed wrongly. Sorry, Gus. Please accept my apologies. Lee Smithy Smith says, Senor Jose, I don't know if it's true or accurate, but I did read that we could be looking at Christmas time for Richie. But again, I don't know how true that is. I don't know, Smithy. As I said, what the Football London have released is that, you know, exactly what I said earlier, that Van der Ven was close already for the Newcastle game, but I didn't want to risk him. And what Van der Ven did, he then dropped out of the Dutch squad, so he could remain at Hotspur away, which I applaud him for it, because I think that's the right thing to do, because you're getting paid. I know it's important to represent your nation for a lot of people, but you're also getting paid by your club to represent your club. Is there your employer? And what I said at the time when Van der Ven was pulled out of Newcastle game, I said the irony would be, I'd hope that Van der Ven's not going to play in the Nations League games, but the irony would be, if you're injured for Tottenham and then you're still able to go and play for your international side, then there's something up. But Van der Ven dropped out. And with Solanke, he said exactly the same. Football.London said exactly the same about Solanke, that in the interview before the Newcastle game, or in his presser, Postecoglou said that Solanke was, you know, he was there or thereabouts, but they didn't want to risk him. So, and Lancashire, they do say that Lancashire's hammy is healing up really well, and he won't be too far away. But the Richie was the one that they didn't have any that on Richie they didn't have any information on how long he would be out for. So, you know, at the end of the day, like I said, and I know that you follow and you like Richie a lot, Smithy, but I was always under the impression we needed a second striker to give him competition, because he's fragile, and whether it's fragile through physicality, or his physical attributes are fragile, or whether it's his state of mind, his mentality is fragile. I thought by bringing in another striker, one, it would give him more competition to maybe help his mental side, because then he knows that he's got to push himself and that, because he's got someone to contend with. But then also to ensure that we've always got a striker playing, and that we don't have the problems that we had last season when Richie was out. But obviously we lost Solanke for the Newcastle game. So long may it continue that he comes back, Solanke, and he stays fit for us. Tequila says, everyone got to use Cobber when David is in the chat. Them's the rules. Matt says, Defo will look forward to it. I was good to do shows around the time when we play each other. Well, whenever, because I go on with other people, even we're not playing with them. So I'm on early doors tonight. We're not playing against, well, we're playing against Arsenal, so Jez will probably be there. But the show is not aimed at the North London derby, because we're playing them. Not this early in the week anyway. But it's good to do shows. I find it's good to do shows with other people from other clubs, because then you find out how other clubs think and stuff like that, and it opens your eyes to things that may be going on instead of your own world. So here if people just concentrate on Tottenham, and boy, it's hard to just concentrate on Tottenham with everything that goes on, but it's good to open and broaden your horizons. It doesn't just have to be because you're playing against each other. Destiny 5 says, City don't judge what in front of them every game is 100% win at the proper winning mentality, I guess. If City are like that, then they're the only team in the Premiership that are like that, is what I'm going to say. Well, Well, I think everyone's like that, but the ones that can pull it off are Man City because of what they've got. You look at Man City's squad and what they've assembled. It's like that film, The Avengers Assembled, isn't it? They just assemble everybody. So a bit of coffee, is my first coffee of the day. No need to apologise now. I did gas because I assumed and I shouldn't have done. Destiny says if it is Christmas time for Richie, it's a joke. David, as you'd all name as Dakar, says, "Wow, the stream is still going." Hey, David Shear, saying hello to David Shear. Big up to VDV choosing club over country. Yeah, I'm happy that he done that. And then you've got people saying hello to each other. And Destiny says, Ange must have asked Mickey to drop out, of which I liked. Well done, boss. Like I said, for me, the thing that I don't like, or that annoys me, is that you got players that can't play, stay fit for your club. And the annoyance was because the basic prime example is Lo Celso. Lo Celso is a player that I think has got so much ability, but he's got glass ankles because he could never stay fit enough to sustain a period of time to have a long run for Tottenham. But he did it on loan for Villarreal one year, where he played a fair few more games than he's played for any other team in recent years. But then he'd always be fit for Argentina, albeit he wasn't fit for the World Cup, or they didn't want to risk him and they ended up going to win the World Cup. So he must be gutted about that. But, we've had players back in the day, right? And I'm talking years ago, it used to be that players would drop out of the international. So if they were picked for friendlies, especially if they were picked for friendlies, they would choose not to turn up for their friendlies. And they'd pull out saying they had an injury or they had a niggle and all that because they didn't want to turn up for friendlies. But nowadays, it seems to be, and rightly so, at the end of the day, we have a world of different nationalities, and some people would love to play for their country with pride, to hear their national anthem, to put their national kit on, and they want to play with pride. So I understand that. But when it's your employer that's paying you and you can't turn out for your employer, then why should you be turning out for your international team? So I'm glad that he dropped out. So Lisa says, and I've got 3 points in every game for a prediction this week, right, Jose? Wink, wink. Remember, I'm seeing you next week. Well, all I've got to say, right, and I said this earlier, the people that did do the predictions this week, because it was a bonus week, and I did tell people we do this because it's no different to what we did last season. It is always a bonus week when there's an international break. We don't stop that game, we carry on. All I will say is that there must have been, I think 33 people took part this week. And out of the 33 people, 21 people moved up in the league. Yeah, 21 people moved up in the league. But all the results will be revealed tomorrow at 4 o'clock. So I'm doing the show tomorrow at 4 o'clock, and we will do that. Destiny 5 says Manchester City's are the Avengers. Yeah. Tequila says, never got the feeling Sellsword wanted to play for Spurs. And Tequila's also saying Manchester City are Thanos. So Manchester City are the equivalent of Thanos, according to Tequila, which is a good analogy to use. Dave's saying, I saw David Shear pull out the member show yesterday with an internet injury. Would be disgusted if he then showed up fine for Cobber TV. Shemtam, after watching the Spurs doc again, Lo Celso was fit for every game with Mourinho because he played him. Since he was sacked, he's been injury prone. Shemtam, obviously, you don't live in Turkey, but you've got Turkish in you. When does the Turkish window close, mate? Because we were commenting on this earlier, and I don't know. And I said if Shemtam's still here, he might be able to tell us. Do you know when the Turkish window closes? Because we were talking about Region, that he's still at the club at the moment. But I was saying that the only window that's still left that's open viably for him to go to is Turkish window. But I think the Turkish window closes next week. It's either that or it's closing very soon because Yeah, it's got to be closing really soon. It has to be closing really soon. And then that's the last chance of him to go, because otherwise, I think he's in the last year of a contract. So therefore, he goes at the end of the season. David Shear says, I've got to write down my predictions. I couldn't remember what I picked. Memory like a sieve. And Mr. Shear, let me tell you, I'm not going to tell you. Let me just say, let me just see, Mr. Shear. Mr. Shear, I can confirm you did score points this week. Yeah, Mr. Shear, you scored points this week. So that's all you got to know. All I'm telling you for now is you scored points. But all will be revealed in tomorrow's show. And just a reminder for those of you that are here that do play the predictions, all the normal predictions, so predictions, predict the Prem, and Fantasy Premier League are all back because the Premiership's back next week. But I'll be doing the prediction show on Thursday this week because I'm not around on Friday. I'm away on business in London on Friday, so I will not be about to do a show on Friday. So he says usually the Turkish transfer window is in June the 24th till September the 13th. Okay, June. So that means that September the 13th is next week. September the 13th is next Friday. So we have Region, if he's going to move to the Turkish league, because it's the only viable league left for him, then he can move between now and this Friday coming. Otherwise, Spurs will have him at least till the January transfer window. But I think he's in his last year of his contract. So with that being said, then he might have to get rid of him on a free at the end of next season, unless we can get a small deal for him across the line before the 13th. The Turkish have been known to do a late deal, and the thing is with Turkey, our links are with Galatasaray, who we have to play against, don't we? Our links have to be, our links are with Galatasaray, and we got to play them in the Europa League, but we got the links, so a lot of the Tottenham ex players end up going to Galatasaray. We've had a fair few there, haven't we? And you're saying Shemtam saying he could go to Serbia because they're open to the 30th as well. I said viably he could go to Turkey because I don't think that he would want to go to Serbia. Destiny says, I'd keep Region. A doggy looks like he's running empty until January at least. What I'd say to that, Destiny, is that quite rightly so. A doggy did not have a pre-season, and there's nothing like match minutes to get you fit. If you haven't had a pre-season, it's the match minutes that will get you fit. And the fact that he's away with Italy and he got 32 minutes the other day as well. So he'd be training and he got 32 minutes. Any minutes that he gets into his legs are going to be a bonus for him and a bonus for us. We want to see more minutes into him because by the same token, Van der Ven and Romero didn't have pre-seasons. So we're relying on them building up their match fitness, playing real matches, although they're more advanced than what Destiny was, because Destiny was out for the summer, weren't he? So I'm thinking to myself, Destiny's a young lad. The mechanics of people's individual bodies are all different, but I'd like to think that professional players nowadays, because they've got oxygen chambers and all stuff, cryogenic stuff and all stuff like that, all these mad bamboozling Star Trek stuff from all the things that Star Trek may have told you about in the 1950s, they've all got now, haven't they? And if they've got all about that, then I'm hoping that he will recover and he will get his fitness sharper sooner than what it would have taken players maybe 15, 20 years ago. But yeah, it can only be good in getting minutes, and I'm hoping that he gets minutes against Israel in their Next Nations League game, because that would be good for us as well if that happens. The one player that I will say is Vuskovic. Vuskovic, who's out on loan at Westerlo at the moment, where Alfie Devine's gone. Vuskovic represented or got into and represented the Croatian under-21s the other night. People think nothing of it because it's Croatian under 21s. The kid is 17 years of age. So the kid is 17 years of age. He's playing first team football. He's played every game this season for Westerlo. And now Divine's gone there. But by the way, if people didn't realise, Divine's been given the number 10 shirt at Westerlo. So I will be looking. I was looking at Westerlo anyway because of Vuskovic to keep an eye on how he's doing. But with now Divine being there, it's a double reason for me to keep on top of Westerlo and see how they're doing. But yeah, so the kid Vuskovic, he's 17, and he's now represented all the way up to under 21 international level. So he's represented Croatia at every single level now. I will tell you now that he's on a pathway that he will be in the Croatian national squad not before too long. He will definitely be in the national squad for Croatia not before too long. So we'll see what happens with him. But now there's two reasons to watch Westerlo because we've now got Divine there as well. And he's been given that magical number 10 shirt. So I hope Alfie has a real storming time there because, you know, there's some people that have got a lot of belief in him. You've got Mr. Daigle, who leads the chorus for him. And I'm hoping that he really does himself. First of all, he does himself proud, but then he also does Mr. Daigle proud because Mr. Daigle does champion him so much. But yeah, it'd be interesting. Westerlo I'll watch with closer eyes because there's two players at Tottenham have got that will be there. How about the Azerbaijani league? They are open till the 16th. A very strong league. Shemtan, the only league that he's going to go to, right? If he gets an offer that's suitable, the only league that Region can go to viably is Turkish. If he went to the Azerbaijani league or the Serbian league or whatever it was that you put up earlier, then his stock would completely diminish. I mean, it hit rock bottom. Regardless of what the leagues are like, it hit rock bottom. So, as I said, for me, viably, the only place that I can see him going to, if he's going to go, and by next Friday, it's going to be to Turkey. And obviously, as I said, Tottenham have had some trades recently with Galatasaray. So, wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if Galatasaray came in for him. I would have thought that the people that want Region in Turkey would be your Galatasaray, your Fenerbahce, Trabzonspor, or Besiktas. They'll be the four teams that probably end up looking at him. I can't see him going to any of the other teams, although there's some other good teams out in Turkey. I can't see him going other than the main four. I don't see him going anywhere else. David says that your doggy needs a session or two down Smithy's local to set him right. Destiny 5 says, we need a feeder club like City with Girona so we can send kids over and guarantee them game time. Yeah, it's interesting because some people are going down this route, aren't they, Destiny, of having feeder clubs. Not many here in this country, but there are some, and City are one of them, part of the City group, isn't it? So City are one of them. You've got Watford have got that model, and Watford have had that model for years. How successful it is for them, people will turn around and say different because Watford seem to be flip-flopping between leagues and that, but they've now been in the Championship for a few years. But by the same token, you can see that Watford, have sold players and have made money by using this model. So I look at Ismail Assar, I look at João Pedro, and players like that they've ended up selling. So it works for money for some people, but for others, like Manchester City, it does work for them as well because they ended up getting Savio or Savinho or whatever his name is. They ended up getting him from one of the feeder clubs that he was playing for, and he was in and around the City group. So, yeah, so sometimes it works. Look who we've got here, Lawrence, West Ham fan. Good morning from Lexington, Kentucky, USA. Come on, you Irons. Good morning to you, Lawrence. I hope you are well, sir. David Shear says, hit the likes, please, if you haven't. Yeah, that'd be good. That'd be good. The likes always help. Although, in saying that, watching a few things that are going on at the moment, it opened my eyes to what actually happens and how you actually people get attracted to your channels and stuff like that. And I've now confined myself that mine's just going to be a long old slog, because the only way that I can make this and not being a long old slog is if I whore myself, or clickbait, or whatever you call it, whore myself, clickbait, and do stuff like that. If I do stuff like that, then my numbers will probably go up, but then we won't have a community. We'll just have a load of numbers. And where at the moment I have a community, and that's what we like. Norman says Vuskovic is not a 10. Is not a 10. He is dominant in the air. We need that badly. Can't wait for him to arrive. Vuskovic is not a 10. No, Vuskovic is a centre half. What I'm saying, Norman, is that Divine has now gone on loan to Westerlo, and they've given him the 10 shirt. Vuskovic is a centre half. So hopefully I've read that right, because you said Vuskovic is not a 10. I know he's not a 10, he's a centre back, but I'm saying that the other guy, Divine's gone there, and he's been given the 10 shirt. Dekaru says, so David Dekaru says, in all seriousness, my expectations for this season have massively changed. I wanted to see results this season, trophies, but with all the amazing youngsters, let's use this season to build. And this is where we're caught between a rock and a hard place, because you've got some people that will say that we have to win now, right? And some people say we're building towards the future, right? And you know, at the end of the day, you could have, you know, you've got people in different camps. People view this all different, David. So it's interesting you put this comment out, because people view it differently. You've got people now, whether people actually believed it or whether it's to do it to make them be heard and seen. Some people may well believe, you know, but we want the here and now. We're not, you know, we're not buying for the future, because you're not guaranteed this stuff in the future. It's the here and now that you're looking at. So it's interesting how we see it, and it'll be interesting to see how this season plays out. As I said, and I maintain what I said, because it's my own eyes and it's my opinion. It's not based on any facts. The only fact I can tell you is we've lost one game already in 3, right? That's a fact, because people like to use facts. So that's a fact. But for me, watching Tottenham play for these first 3 games this season, we look better. My opinion, we look better in these first 3 games this season than what we did in the first 3 games of last season. And we were unbeaten in them first 3 games last season. In fact, we were unbeaten in 10. But if I'm comparing apples for apples, it's the first 3 games this year to the first 3 games last year, I think we look better. And I spun a question that was asked, right? People said, yeah, but if they're playing on this high line and inverted fullbacks and blah, blah, blah. You hear this all the time from people. It's the same rinse and repeat that you hear from a lot of people. I turned around and said, hold on. It might have some merit to it, but then also, is there not some merit in the fact that if you buy players that can play the system that you're trying, if you're trying to adopt a system and you buy the players that fit that system and you put the tactics in place, if it then clicks, could it not be that other teams have to then worry about you, rather than you have to worry about other teams attacking you down the left, attacking you down the line, putting the ball over the top? Shouldn't other teams be worried about what we're doing? Well, if we click, right, and it's an if, remember, I'm not saying we will, I've said if we click, right, then other teams need to worry about us, right? And the only game, and I keep saying this all the time, people, football is viewed through our own eyes differently. Now, the way that I see it and the way that I look at it is that when you've got television and you can watch football through a television, all right, or you can be at the game. The only game I've been fortunate, because the first time I went to the stadium was the Everton game, and people say it's only Everton. I said this earlier. People say that, but it doesn't matter. You've got to play the team that's in front of you. Now, watching what I saw against Everton live, and I was in the south stand, so I can see the whole of the pitch. Especially, I could see Odebert running at me in the first half, and you could see what he was doing. But you could see the whole of the pitch. You could see where the overloads were, and I was critical We won the game 4-0. And this is where I say you can be critical, but don't drop all your toys out of a pram. But you can be critical. I turned around after the Everton game and I'd said, to me, whether it's ring rustiness or not, I said that Romero held on to the ball when he was coming out with it in defence, held on to the ball for that tad bit too long, because you could see Maddison making diagonal runs, and had the ball been played over the top, a la Toby Alderweireld used to do, then Maddison would have been in. So, and it seemed to be that Romero slowed the game so much that Maddison would make the runs and would never get the ball. Now, and that could lead to frustration, right? But then, from what I saw the overloads that we had, but we just didn't switch the play quickly enough sometimes to make that overload count for us. In that game, I saw Bissouma sit right in front of the two centre halves, right? So he was the defensive shield for the two centre halves. And when we were attacking, Porro seemed to attack more. If I look at the whole game and the balance of the game, I'd say 70% of the time Porro went up, right, into attack, right? And Udogie didn't go as far as him. Udogie kind of held back. Now, whether that's because of injury or whether that's a tweak that Ange had done, right, you could actually see it with your own eyes. You may not see it on your TV screen, but I could see that with my own eyes. So, you know, could there be tweaks? I mean, I wasn't at the Newcastle game and I wasn't at the Leicester game. I watched them on telly. So I can't tell you whether we went full blown out and with two inverted fullbacks all the way up. And I couldn't tell you that, because I didn't see, I just saw what we saw on telly. And what you see on telly, you see who's got the ball. It doesn't show you the whole pitch. It just shows you who's got the ball and all that, yeah? But watching the Everton game, which is the only game that I can talk about factually because I went to the game, you could see the tactics, you could see what we're doing, and we weren't open, like wide open and stuff like people were saying. So I've been led to believe I've got a ticket for Arsenal. And if I'm going to the Arsenal game, I'll be able to view that and I'll be able to critique that because I would have seen the game with my own eyes. If it's a seat like I had for the Everton game, I'd be able to see the whole pitch in front of me. So, you know, at the end of the day, to spin it round, I turned around and said, what about if we get it right? What about if we've got the right players to pull off what Ange wants us to do? Then surely the other teams will have to worry about us, rather than the whole fan or some of the fan base saying, "But we play with no six, we play with with all our inverted fullbacks, and we're playing with 9 in attack and 2 at the back and stuff like that." That's not what I saw with my own eyes against Everton. It's not, and it doesn't matter who your opposition is. It's not what I saw. So, you know, what about if we get it right? If we get it right, then people have to worry about us. Surely that makes sense to people. If we get it right, you need to worry about us. So it's what we can do, not what you can do. It's what we can do. Worry about what we can do. Forget about what others can do. And if you look at that, I mean, the first game, it was on television, admittedly, but I saw the press being led by Solanke, and impressively as well, and the team all pressed. And I can't remember who we got in the chat. Well, we got someone in the chat that loves to go on by PPDA. So the amount of time it takes you to retrieve the ball back, and we are the best at it in the Premiership because of the pressing that we do. We were the best at it last season. I think we're the best at it on stats this season as well. So, you know, at the end of the day, if we worry about what we do ourselves, then other people worry about us, right? And have to worry about us. So that remains to be seen. But, you know, at the end of the day, let's see what happens. David Shear from the comment says, Jose, you do cover. We are here, matey. Dave says, next stream should be called You Won't Believe What Spurs Have Done. So I hate titles like that. Yeah, and I won't do stuff like that. And because I don't do stuff like that, I probably don't get the exponential growth that others do because I don't put clickbait shit out there. And yeah, so, and that's probably why I don't probably hit the broader people, because I don't do all that stuff. But, you know, I'm simple old me. Simple as. Dragon D Nut says you could do what other channels do and buy subs. Dragon D's Nuts trying to start a war on this channel. Gus Parker, before the window, Levy's going to backhand. Big names coming. After the window, be patient. It's youth project, rebuild, 5-year plan. Enoch needs some new material. Gus, let me just, I wanna make sure that I get this right. Right. So I see people saying you were lied to. Tottenham have lied to you. Right? Does Fabrizio Romano work for Tottenham? Does Matt Law work for Tottenham? Does David Ornstein work for Tottenham? Do all these in the nose work for Tottenham? Because if they did, who from Tottenham said, who came out from Tottenham and said, we're going after Eze, we're going after Tony, we're going after Jezebel, we're going after Rudolph? Who at Tottenham told us that we were going after these players? If you can tell me the person at Tottenham that said this, then I'll stop now and say, yeah, Tottenham have lied to us. Because I did not hear Tottenham say that we were after any of these players. It was all the in the nose that were saying this, not Tottenham. The in the nose, what did they get right this year? The in the nose linked us to more than fucking 600 players since May. Do you know what I mean? So who did Tottenham say we were gonna go after? Right? Because whatever these people said, right, they're not representatives of Tottenham. So therefore Tottenham haven't lied to us because Tottenham never said that they were going for these players. It was the in the nose that said this, right? And the in the nose, not just about Tottenham now. I'm going to broaden my view here. The in the nose talked about loads of different clubs. Yeah. If you believe the in the nose, like Romano's and all these top in the nose, Nico Williams was going to Arsenal. Nico Williams was going to Liverpool. Nico Williams was going to Barcelona. Nico Williams was going everywhere in the world. He signed a contract to stay with Bilbao. But that's your in the nose, because if they don't clickbait you in, right, then they're not going to make their money, because these people have got huge followings on Shitter, and have got their own channels, and they get members and stuff like that, and they get people to buy their magazines and their fanzines, and for $30 a month we will give you the latest info on all the clubs. And the latest info they're saying to you that they'll give all to all the clubs, they put it out on Shitter anyway. So you're paying for a service that they're saying they're going to offer you something, but they're going to tell the whole world anyway. Do you see what I mean? So Tottenham didn't tell anybody who they were after. It was the in the nose that did this, and they did this for all clubs. The in the nose, if they were in the nose and Tottenham were telling them things, why did the in the nose talk about Højbjerg going to Gala, Roma, Atletico Madrid, Fulham, right? These are the clubs that they were all going to, right? But they didn't go to any of these clubs. None of these clubs were ever mentioned by Tottenham. They were mentioned by the in the know merchants, right? And from the in the know merchants, let's be honest, right? They all got it wrong, because soon as Tottenham released something saying he's going to Marseille, within 24 hours that deal was done. Yeah. In the nose, who told us that we were signing Archie Gray? As soon as the wind came out that Archie Gray was coming, he was signed again within the 24-hour period. And it goes on and on and on. Tottenham did not tell anybody who they were after. It was the in the nose that did this, and none of them are on Tottenham's payroll. So let's stop that one out of the way. Yeah. Now, if you're asking me, Gus, and I've already mentioned this on the show, if you're asking me, am I happy with what we've done? Yeah, I'm happy with what we've brought in. However, I also felt that we could have been 2 or 3 more players on board. We needed 2 or 3 more. If we had got 2 or 3 more players, I think to myself that we would have had a far stronger squad for this season. Not to say that we haven't got a squad. Who knows? Postecoglou might want to play with 5 with a smaller squad. We don't know. Sorry, before I jump on this, I'm just going to start this because I've just seen that some people have gifted out membership. So I've got to say thank you to them because I was on a rant there. Dekaru has given out or gifted out 5 memberships. Very kind of Dekaru. And they've gone to Scott Colliver, Queen Ellie Hoiberg, Torquem Ball, Drula, and James Loves Spurs. And I think 2 people jumped in straight away from that, or they were here but not speaking. So Drula and Scott Colliver have already thanked Dekaru. And then I've got Dragons D Nuts has gifted 5 Tel Cockerel memberships. Very kind of you as well, Dragons D. And these have gone to Mama Flossie, who I'll be seeing tonight over at Early Doors. The Round Table Talk to Nick, Nate Pye, Early Doors Football TV, and Gamecock. So if you guys, I've not got down to the chat yet, if you guys have appeared, it's because you've been given a membership from these 2 gentlemen. Thank you kindly to these 2 gentlemen who have gifted out 10 memberships between them. Thank you very much. It's much appreciated. So where was I? So therefore, you know, stuff like Solanke, who, if we believed what the In the Nose was saying, Tottenham never ever said we are not going for Ivan Toney. Sorry, we're going for Ivan Toney. We're going for the boy, the Jimenez. We're going for Jimenez. All these players that we were linked with through the In the Nose that didn't happen. That wasn't Tottenham that said this. It was In the Nose trying to get clicks and trying to get people to follow them on Twitter and to join up to their fanzines and stuff like that. That's what actually happened. It wasn't Tottenham that said this, right? So no one can say to me Tottenham said it, because Tottenham didn't say it. And at the end of the day, we signed Solanke. Yeah. So the only thing that the people could get right is that we were signing Bergvall, because we'd made that purchase in January and knew he was coming in the summer. So that was like, you know, everybody, it's in the know, everybody knows that. Anyway, I rant and then we can't get back to where I was. So I need to find out where I was. All right. You've got, I know Spurs bought, oh, sorry, I missed one there. Destiny 5 says Romano works for anyone that will pay him. True. That's probably true. Romano's got to make money, but Romano makes money because he's got premium accounts on Shitter and stuff like that, and he's got Instagrams and all stuff that I don't understand and I don't pay for, so I don't understand it all. But he makes his money like that. He puts in serialistic titles to draw you in, and then promises you the world if you sign up a membership for $30 a month or whatever it is. And then what he'll do is he'll give you an update every month of what's happening at clubs and stuff like that. Only to you though, because you're giving him that money. But he does it to whoever signs up to him. But then all the information that he's giving you, because you're paying for it, he then puts out on Shitter, stuff like that. So at the end of the day, it don't really matter whether you're a member or not of his. He still gives that information out. David Shear says, I know that Spurs bought the players we have to stick with. Positives. You've got, Scott says, thank you for the gift membership, and so does Drula. And that was to Dekaru, I believe, who gifted at that stage. Daniel Coyes, good afternoon, Dan. Nice to see you, mate. Says, David, I'll keep it real. I won't lie. To make people happy, I support my club first before I give a crap if it offends people. Simple as. David Shear says, that's entirely up to you, Daniel, but we are doing the treble cover. Gus Parker says, that's the point. Fans and ITKs do it every year. It never happens. Where Tottenham or Levy and the owners lied is with the stadium narrative saying it's to compete and bring in the best. Now, that's a different story, Gus. And I'm not going to turn around and say I disagree with some of that, because I was one of these people that heard what Levy said. It wasn't actually Joe Lewis that said it. When Levy first came to the club, right, he never mentioned anything about the football side. He mentioned about growing a product. He said this at the very start. So he never lied to fans at the very start when he said that. And a product is what they've grown, you know. The stuff about you know, the game changer and the money that comes in and stuff like that. Well, it remains to be seen, because you have to play within, well, supposedly you've got to operate within certain guidelines, certain things you've got to operate within. But it seems to think that although he's a very prudent and shrewd operator, and business-wise he's superb, on the football front, we do still need, and I say this, we do still need some better and cleverer people to be brought in, even on a consultancy basis, that can make decisions and foresee how to choose my words wisely here, how to get around or how to maximize the rules that are out there. Because I don't believe in any of this PFI, PSR shit that was going on, squad to pay ratio and all this stuff that's coming in. Don't believe in none of it. Leicester the other day, clear as rain, got away with punishment. Everton got docked twice last year, appealed, got lesser punishments. Forest, a lesser punishment. There's teams that are not even catching out. People were trading with each other, horse trading with each other, right in front of our eyes before the 30th of June, just to get around that loophole. And they've managed to do that. But they did it in front of our eyes. So they cooked the books in front of our eyes, right? Paratici cooked books and got done for 3 years because he'd done it in the background. But what Paratici did in the background is exactly what these people have done in front of our eyes. So when you had Villa and Everton, so is it Villa? Villa bought Dobbin from Everton, I think, who's a youngster, hardly kicked the ball in the first team, and they bought him for £19 million. Transfer market has his value down at €1 million. Why would you overspend by 20 odd million euros on a player? So Villa did it. Chelsea did it in front of us. Newcastle sort of like did it. Elliot Anderson going for some stupid amount of money to Forest. Minte went to Brighton. Although Minte's a good player. He's a good player. But they did it. You know, these people traded in front of our eyes. They didn't do it, you know, behind closed doors. They did it in front of our eyes. So, and we were thinking to ourselves, because we believed them, were sucked in to people that were talking about this back in January. We are the PSR, the PFI kings. We will be able to destroy the market come the summer. You know, stuff like that. And it's not transpired that way. It's transpired that everyone else has been able to do it because they employed people, or they got people in that looked at the rules that were there in place and played within the rules, but were able to get away with doing things. We need a bit more of that. We need a bit more people that are savvy on the football front and not savvy on the money front, because they're probably looking at the dollar sheets, right, and saying, yeah, we can do it and we can work it out because we'll get this, we'll get that. And that's why the belief is that we'll be PSR kings. And it didn't work that way. We need to bring people into the club that are more football savvy on that. Now, that doesn't mean you Postacoglu. That doesn't mean your backroom team of Langer and stuff like that. They're not the people I'm talking about. I'm talking about people that know football through looking at the rules and stuff like that and can make footballing decisions at the top that then tell us what we can and we can't spend and what we can and we can't do. Other clubs have done this and they've managed to they've managed to get around all these rules. The rules are shit, and I've maintained for a long time. It's either the Premiership have got either crappy people that are in their investigators, or a lot of these clubs have got really, really good people in the sense that they know what they're doing in the background. And that's what I'm going to go. They know what they're doing in the background because they've managed to circumnavigate the rules. We need to have more people that are football savvy at the club and not have a board. I mean, they don't have to, people will want them to sit on the board as well. And, you know, that's another thing. That's a conversation that could be had. Would I be opposed to that? No, I wouldn't. If we've got a board full of financial people and accountants and stuff like that, then maybe you could have a board that's got footballing people on there. But the people that I'm targeting at the moment are the people that have got the football knowledge, that have got the knowledge to go around the footballing rules that are out there, the same as what other clubs have done, that will improve our situation. Because it didn't improve our situation. Everyone else improved their situations. We stagnated. And that's what I'm going to say. So we need to bring in people that know football and from the rules and do that. That's my rant over. God, the long one. Right. Dan, my bro. Okay, so you're talking to each other. Sunday night, I hate Mondays. Dan's talking to someone. Dan says to me, Jose, I think Tony had to cancel that show tonight, mate. Has he? If he has, he hasn't messaged me. But if he has, that's fine. It's not a problem at all. Can always find something to do myself. I'll find out. But thanks, Dan. If that's the case, then it just means we've got an easier Sunday night, mate. So thank you. I quite enjoyed going on that last week, and I'll enjoy going on it again because you're getting an opinion from other people and other teams, and it seemed to be that there wasn't all-out warfare, and people were very critical about their own clubs and very truthful about their own clubs, but they didn't go down and browbeat your own club. So yeah, it was quite interesting going on there. Lee says, Dan, I agree. I always hate this game because anything can happen. It's such a predictable game, but I totally agree with you. Memberships over clickbait titles. I'll live and die on that hill. Yep. David Shear says, Eze as well, when they have the clickbait, when we don't sign him, then it shits me to tears personally. Swim Master says, I've been here from the start, but I'm listening mode, not chatting messages mode today, listening through with interest. Thank you for being here, Swim Master. It's much appreciated, mate. Much appreciated. And I hope you are well, sir. Destiny says he thinks that we can nick Eze in January. It's interesting, this one. Destiny says Chelsea side a hotel to balance the books. Corruption. Now, so Destiny, with your comment there, I will say to you, right, and I'm not going to browbeat Chelsea, but I'll say to you, the Premiership accepted it. They accepted the sale of 2 hotels to be put on the books. I'll repeat again, the Premiership accepted that. UEFA, however, did not. UEFA said to them, you can't do what you're doing. So that now puts Chelsea in peril, in certain peril, for something that, you know, for Europe. So for European rules, which is the squad ratio that's coming in, Chelsea are in peril of that because UEFA said quite clearly, you can't do that. But the Premiership accepted it. Kinds of telling us a story that the Premiership's not all it's stacked up to be. And now the Premiership have got these 115 charges against City yet to be proven or disproven. But let's say that a lot of us believe that possibly could have happened, that City have done what they've been accused of. The Premiership that they're dealing with, they bring in all the people that are clever and the Premiership will get twisted up. How many of them 115 are going to stick? Well, by the looks of what they're doing with Chelsea, by accepting what they're doing, and UEFA wouldn't, it kind of tells me that the FA might get their trousers pulled down. Just saying. Daniel Coy says, when will this club actually ever sign a finished product instead of just signing players with the potential for the future to sell on value? A lot of players have been signed this season, Dan, not just Tottenham. A lot of the players have been signed this season for many, many teams are not the finished article. They are young players. I did say on the previous streams that, and I haven't I'm going on memory, and my memory may be crap, but most of the majority, I said the majority of players that have been signed this summer, I said that I believed about 80% of them were under the age of 25, and at 20% were over 25. So it's a model and something that other players are trying to do, and other players, other teams are doing. This is the way football is leaning. For some reason, it's the way football is leaning. Because of these rules, so to speak, because of these regs, so to speak, people are having to change the way that they do things. And, you know, we're not going to be the only team that signs youngsters. I think a lot of people did this. But I don't disagree, Daniel, in saying to you that we could have done with, and I've said this and I maintain this, I'm happy with who we've bought, but we could have done with another 2 or 3 players. And if they were 2 or 3 players that had a bit more experience than the players that we've bought in, like the youngsters we bought in at first team football in the Premiership and that, don't have to be the finished articles, because the finished articles, you've got to be at 30 years of age to be the finished article. You're not going to be the finished article at 22, 23, 24, 25, because you're still learning. Yeah. So, but I do agree, and I've said all along that I believe that we could have done with 2 or 3 more players. Dakari says, I'm sitting on the fence in regards to Levy, and the splinters in my arse are so annoying. The stadium and the grounds are amazing. That's the groundwork. We need to see management step up now. Dragons D Nut says, why can't we sell the stadium to ourselves like Chelsea did? It's not about selling the stadium. It's about the hotels that they're building. They sold them in between their own companies, right? And you know, the Premiership approved it. 78.8 million. Right, it's quite clear because it was on the other week. Chelsea, you've got to be within 105 million, right, to stay within the rules, right? If Chelsea's hotels had not been accepted, they would have been on 165 million odd pounds. They would have been in trouble. But because a 70 odd million was accepted, it then put them down to 95 million, which means they're within the 105 million threshold. But that is the FA DDN. That's the FA for you. That is not the UEFA, because UEFA have turned around and said you can't do that. So at the end of the day, to me, the Premiership seemed to be a problem. The Premiership was a well thought idea. You know, we'll bring in loads of money, loads of revenue, we'll do X, Y, and Z, but they haven't got their rule book in order because people are smashing it. Well, they're not smashing the rule. People are not smashing it. People are going around the rules that they've invented, and they're getting twisted, tied up, and you know, and put into knots, basically. Excuse me. Nita says, hi, Jose. I've been here from the morning. Just like to listen sometimes. Plus, there is always housework to do. Hi to all in the chat. Nita, I hope you are really well. And thank you for listening to the show. Destiny 5 says, I want Paratici back when his ban is over. He's savvy and made some tiny sidings. Hashtag Romero. Daniel Coy says, Paul Mitchell said it before. My dream job turned into a nightmare. If believe Levy will ever actually change and drop his ego and not interfere with your lying to yourselves. Gus Parker, absolutely. They employ it on football terms where our lot have other interests. We've gone from Modric, Bale and Van der Vaart to Johnson, Odegaard and Werner in the new gaff. Destiny 5 says, UEFA won't take bribes like FIFA and Prem Board do. Let's hope they get punished. And then we've got Destiny saying we do need a couple more finished articles, to be honest, to help the kids come through. And Drula says, Steve Parish, Crystal Palace chairman, said he was astonished at the lack of interest for Eze. With that, what I'll say is that with the terms that they had, people may not have had 60 million to give them up front because they wanted the majority of that up front. And people, if they're spreading their budget, they probably didn't have the money to. A lot of teams probably didn't have the money to give 50 million up front because people like to monetize these deals and do it over the 5-year period. So it may well be that people just didn't have, because they spent in other areas, they didn't have the 50 to put up front. If you were talking about signing the player for 60, what was he at 70 million, right? Even if he was 75 million, you could have gone in and paid 15 million a year for 5 years and you would have got him. But because they probably wanted 50 up front, yeah, that is what killed a lot of clubs. Not just Tottenham Hotspur. If Tottenham Hotspur were in for him, because we don't know whether they were or not, right? If Tottenham were in for him and other people were in for him as well, and it's a big if because we don't know, because Parish quite clearly says lack of interest. Parish, that leads me to believe that next to nobody went in for him because that's what he says, lack of interest. So it's basically termed on the the terms of what the on what the conditions of the sale were, and if people couldn't meet them conditions of sale, then so be it. So I believe we signed too much inexperience in one transfer window. It's just your opinion, and like I said, Daniel, and I say all the time, it's just people's opinions. No one's right or wrong. We all have opinions. The price asked them, Drew, that I don't blame Palace at all. Palace wanting 50 million up front is a joke for a club like Palace, especially in his FFP times, is what he goes on to say. Nita says, talking about Eze, Crystal Palace paid 18 million for him. How much did they want for him? I think it worked out to 68 million. Daniel is saying he's got no release clause now. Palace can ask for more. They can, but next season, Daniel, right, for the transfer window next season in the summer, the clause that was in this summer appears again next summer. So it's 68 million again. So it's 60 million with 8 million add-ons, and that will appear next summer. Now, whether Crystal Palace decide then we're going to drop the demand of 50 million up front, and we might drop it down, I don't know, 30 or whatever, that remains to be seen. But the same clauses that were in it this year, in the sense of the price, are there for next summer as well. So after a certain date, the clause became null and void. And then, yeah, if you wanted them, you'd have had to pay more money, and you could have monetized it, but you would have had to pay more for him. But the 68 million apparently comes back in next summer as well for a period of time. So when the transfer window opens to a certain date, you can get him for that price on whatever the terms and the conditions are for next summer. So that comes back next summer. About 70 million neater with 50 million up front is what David Shear's saying. Wow, we have got through a show that Ellie has started and I've continued. What I will say to people is it'd be very, very nice for the people that are in here that are watching at the moment. If you could hit that like button, it'd be really, really amazing if we could get the numbers up for this show. It was all started off by other people. So it was started off by Chang and Ellie. And I was in bed sleeping, so I didn't see this. I didn't see what they were doing. I came on when I got a call or a text to tell me that they wanted me to come on. And when I came on, we had Colin at 5 o'clock in the morning his time on with Ellie. And then they both had to go. Ellie had to go with her family. Colin had to go back to his family. So because we'd missed out a load of chat and Ellie said it, I thought I'd stay on, carry on with the chat. And as I've carried on with the chat, I've had you lovely people keep piling on and giving me comments to talk about and giving me your thoughts as well, which is what it's all about. It's all about your thoughts. Some of you people here will know that we were doing predictions, and I will say to you guys that for those people that did predictions this week, because it was a bonus, a lot of people benefited from it. A lot of people benefited from it. So I think we have 33 people that took advantage of doing it this weekend. The others either forgot or chose not to do it. And 21 people benefited in moving places in the table out of them 33. But every one of the 33 scored points. So some scored better than others, and it will all be revealed tomorrow. So yeah. So it'll all be revealed tomorrow. So tomorrow at 4 o'clock, I'm doing that show. So it'll all be revealed tomorrow. Just a reminder to people that predictions for the Premier League is back next week. And then predictions are not going to be on Friday. They will be on Thursday because I'm away on business on Friday with work. So I will not be around Friday. So I will be doing them on Thursday. Same rules apply. You missed the show on the Thursday, you can put your predictions in after the show. Drula, I will tell you tomorrow at 4 o'clock. I'm not going to give it away to people today to see where they got, but suffice to say, Drula, everybody scored points. So the people that came in, it was a bonus week, and that means that everybody scored points. That's all I can say to you at the moment. Everybody did score points. So people that did play the bonus week took advantage of it because you got more points than the people that didn't actually predict yesterday or that chose to. You know, at the end of the day, people may have chosen to go away for the weekend and didn't have to worry about this. So, but yeah, tomorrow I will announce it all. Right, so 44 likes, another 6, and I hit that 50. God, it'd be great to hit 50 on a show for Ellie, for Chang, for Colin, and for me, because we are the people that presented the shows today at different times. Let me see what we got here. I might. Yeah, right. So Daniel Coy says, why should Palace do a deal that benefits us because we want their player? It's their player, they can ask for what they want up front. The one thing, Daniel, that we all know is Palace are not in a position where they have to sell their players. I mean, we can see what they did with Guehi, with Newcastle. Newcastle kept coming in, but if there was a price, and we don't know because I don't know about and I don't get involved at that level, but Crystal Palace had a price. And whatever that price was Newcastle did not reach that price, because Newcastle kept going in with this bid and that bid, this bid and that bid, you know, a bid with money and some add-ons, a bid with money and some add-ons, and gradually they got up and up and up and up and up, right? But they obviously did not reach what Newcastle had asked for. It may have been that it may have been that Palace said no, he's not for sale at any cost, so Newcastle tested the waters, or I don't know. Hypothetically, they could have said we want 80 million for him, and they never got to the price that Newcastle wanted. That Palace wanted, and therefore he didn't get sold. So you know, and at the end of the day, it's not just with him; it's with Eze as well. And that they lost Elise. I think Elise had a clause in his contract, and they lost Elise. Who in their right mind, and who in their right mind would have thought that Crystal Palace would lose Elise, Eze, and Guehi in one transfer window? Anyone thought that was going to happen? Because I didn't. I didn't think they'd lose all three in one transfer window. If you look at the player, them three players, that's a hell of a lot to lose, isn't it? Losing Eze, Elise, and Guehi in one transfer window, that'd be mental. I mean, they let go of Anderson. You know, so were they going to let go of Anderson and let go of Guehi as well? I didn't see that. But, you know, at the end of the day, we don't know. We don't know what people bid for what and what not. But for me, as I keep saying, Palace didn't need to sell. Palace don't need to sell the players. So, what else we got? We got Dekaru says, David Dekaru says, I might do some research, Jose. We've got what I think might be the only Spurs development camp in Australia at my workplace. I might look into it. Yeah, it'd be good if you could look into it and let us know, mate. It'd be good to know what we're doing and down in Australia. I mean, down where I live. Excuse me, I had to take a swig there. Down where I live, the nearest club to me, you're all aware, is Brighton. Brighton's about 30. The Amex would probably be about 35, 36 miles from where I am. Kilometers wise, it's just over 50 kilometers or whatever. And the other day, a member of the chat, Grant, who I play football with, he came on, and I said to him at the time that I was really surprised that where we play football, or where I play football on a Monday, Wednesday, and a Friday, it's at the main college campus, and it's a 4G pitch, and it's absolutely pristine. It's probably it's the best 4G pitch I've seen anywhere, and that's even going to non-league clubs and stuff like that. It's the best pitch I've seen anywhere. But instead of having Brighton having soccer schools there and having an academy there, because you would have thought they're the nearest club, Chelsea have got the academy down there. So at where I play, Chelsea have got an academy. They pick all the best crop from East Sussex, and they all go to the academy where I'm on, where I live. And I just found it amazing that Chelsea have come all the way down from London. Not this far, it's 90 odd miles away. As the crow flies, it's probably 90 odd miles away, and they've come down and they've based a camp down where I am, where the nearest team to me is Brighton, and they haven't done so. So yes, it's interesting to see what we're doing around the world and stuff like that. So yeah, that'd be good. So yeah, let us know, please, David Degaru. David says, don't forget Palace lost Elise as well. To lose Eze as well would have crushed Palace. That's what I'm saying. I don't understand, and I don't see why I never ever thought to myself that that Palace would lose Eze, Elise, and Guehi all in one window. It was never ever going to happen. Never ever was that going to happen. And that's why I thought to myself, hold on. But it is what it is. We now know, and we go on from there. David Shear says we're on 43 likes. That's absolutely brilliant. I'm trying to get to 50. It'd be absolutely amazing for me. Swim Rossa says just liked. Thank you very much, Swim Master. David says to Daniel, we were 3 players short cover. I know that. Come on, you effing Spurs. You forgot your predictions, Julian. I already mentioned that they will be on tomorrow, and everyone scored points. Well done, Swiss Master. Great to see you, and everyone have a great Sunday, everyone. Thank you very much, David. Then he says, your score, Drula, you are a top lady. Nita says, Eze was at QPR. I wish Mr. Les had directed him to Spurs. Yeah, we've done well to get them there. He's done well to get the players he's got there. I'll go on my troll account and hit the lights, Jose. Jokes. Troll account, he says. Troll account. Fantastic. He's going on a troll account. All right, let me have a look. What else we got here? One more hit to become 50. Mine's showing 48 for some reason. So, Daniel says, if I was a Palace fan and I relented and made a deal smaller to benefit a big club, I would be pissed at the end of the day. Parish still has to keep the Palace fans happy. Yeah, and under Glasner, they can build things there. But then Glasner can also build from scratch as well, because that's where he's done everywhere he's gone. And what I'd like to think is that Glasner wants to build his own side. So he has his own ideas. I mean, they've brought some players in, but he's got his own ideas and wants to build his own side, because they've kept Eze, but they've brought in that Kamada and they brought Ismail Assar in, and they only lost Elise. Although he's saying that I wanted the IU boy. Did the IU boy leave as well? I'm not sure. I think the IU boy might have left as well. Drew, there's a bloke called McMaster who does travel blogs. He's from England. He was out here in Perth 6 months ago and well worth a watch. Chelsea hold all kids hostage so other clubs can't sign them. Chelsea, do you know what? I've got to give it to Chelsea, because in when I lived in London, right? And for those that know London, I used to go and play football over at Battersea Park. They had AstroTurf pitches there as well. I didn't play over at Battersea on the grass pitches, but I played on the AstroTurfs that they got there. And Chelsea had an academy. Obviously, Battersea's not far from Chelsea, and they had an academy there. So your players like, or the recent times, their players like Tammy Abraham, Mason Mount, Fikayo Tomori, Rubus Loftus-Cheek. I'd go even to Conor Gallagher and players like that. All these players played at the academy at Battersea Park, and that's where they all were. And when you go to see them, there's not just one coach there. The whole touch line, both touch lines, and behind the goals are full of Chelsea people, full of Chelsea people in Chelsea coaching training gear, watching these players intensely. When they have match days, you'd have them there as well. So every angle of the pitch was covered. So what Chelsea do, yeah, it might look like overkill, but whatever they do has worked for them, in the sense that it's made them a hell of a lot of money in the past with the players that they end up then selling. It's just interesting that Chelsea threw money at this many years ago. They started doing this many years ago, because I've left London now. Cool. I've been out of London for 18 years now, and 18 years ago there was already these academies already been set up in London and that. But Chelsea are casting their net really further out, and at the end of the day, they might have to pay to do this, but it then more than pays for itself when their players then come through and get sold for extortionate amounts of money, or for big money. And some of their players actually made it in the first team, but they end up getting sold for big money. I don't know whether Tottenham do enough. I don't even know whether Tottenham runs. To be honest, someone might be able to tell me this, but I don't even know whether Tottenham runs football camps like Chelsea and other teams do, even within the Tottenham area. Do they go out to Middlesex? Do they go out to Hertfordshire? Do they go to Essex? And these are like boundaries, counties that border London and that border Tottenham, or are near Tottenham. Do we even have that kind of stuff going on within our own areas? Because Chelsea have definitely cast a net far and wide. I'm just wondering whether Tottenham do it as well, or whether Tottenham will start doing this. So, Drew has made a comment. They do. My kids go, tell me where it is, Drew. It'd be interesting to know, because I'd be interested, because I really don't know. Daniel says, David, I don't play the quiz, mate. It's never about anything I ever know. Yeah, last night's one I think was about cartoons, David. Julia says, it is London to Perth. I'll give it a watch after, Jose. Right, okay. I can hardly manage this account in hours. Swim Master says we've got to 50, have we? Fantastic. That's great news. I'm happy with that. I will let Ellie know because I've only just done the tail end of the show, although I've probably been on it for a couple of hours, but she did the bulk of the show at the start, although I've probably done more hours than what she did now. It's a 17-hour flight, Drula, London to Perth. 51 likes is what Drula's saying. Thank you very much. 50 likes, says Nicara. I most definitely did not be corrupted by David Shear. They do. My kids go, yeah, Drula, where do they go to? Because Daniel's saying that they do run some summer camps in Milton Keynes. Yeah, I understand the summer camp stuff, Daniel and people like that. I understand that, but it's not just summer camps I'm talking about. The one down here, where Chelsea have casted it down here, that's all year round. Yeah, so it's not a camp. It's a training facility in a camp for all the players, the best players from East Sussex, and they got teams down there that represent the college right down here that Chelsea sponsor and that. And it's not all, it's all year round. They don't just do it in the summer, and that's what I'm saying. Battersea Park, when I was in London, was all year round. It was never just in the summer. It was all year round. It's all right to do summer camps to try and attract some new players in different areas, but I'm talking about these camps and facilities for the under 8s, 9s, 10s, whatever. It's all year round, and you know they've cast their net and spent a lot of money on that. Spurs bench says Spurs do look at Hearts teams. My niece is in Hoddesdon, and Spurs blokes look at her club. Hoddesdon, for you Vasco, is part of the area that I look after because it comes under my jurisdiction. Hoddesdon, Waltham Cross, Broxbourne, and Chesham. Goffs Oak, they all come under my jurisdiction. Drula says they have them all over New River Sports Centre, Tottenham Stadium, Enfield, Finchley. Well, that's good to know because I didn't know that. I didn't know that at all. So it's good to know that Tottenham are now casting the net out, you know, wider and trying to bring players. Because the one thing I will say, and it kind of makes me laugh. I've seen some films, right? I've seen some documentaries about football in South London, and anyone would think that the cage football, because it was cages you played in, anyone would think from watching the documentary that cage football only ever started and appeared in South London. I didn't live in South London, but that's how I grew up playing football, playing cage football. So cages seem to be everywhere. I don't know whether there's cages in the north, or in the north they just played on the street, because every time you see some football stuff from the north or documentaries, it's always about kids kicking the ball down the road that's not got any cars in it. So I'm kind of assuming here that in the north they must have played in cages as well. But yeah, just by going, it's so funny watching documentaries about football, and they're saying street football was played in cages in South London. That's where you get a breeding ground. And I think to myself, well, we played cage football when I was a kid, and that's how I started out playing as well. So it'd be interesting to know. Chris Agenbar, good afternoon, Chris, sir. I hope you're well. Says, when I worked for Chelmsford Council in Essex, my first job was booking pitches for local teams and AstroTurf, and West Ham and Spurs used to book the AstroTurf for their community youth programme. So Essex, as I said, Chris, Essex was one of the counties that I named because for me it makes sense. It makes sense to go out to the counties, but someone like Chelsea, they're going further afield. They just don't do it in the local London area. They've gone a lot further afield. So it'd be interesting to know. But by some of the comments that people are saying here, like Dan says that they do it. They do summer camps in Milton Keynes. Tottenham do it, but then he also says here that PSG do it as well, which is interesting. Ange Ball, good afternoon, Ange Ball. Says big up Jose chat. Come on, you Spurs. Good afternoon, Ange Ball. I hope you're well, sir. Nick's here. Look, Nick says, morning, y'all. So for Nick, it's early doors. Well, early doors in time. For him, it's early Sunday morning for Nick. Well, we had the pleasure of having some other North Americans on earlier this morning, who've now gone back to bed, I hope, and caught up some sleep. I hope you and the family are well, Nick. David Descartes says, of all craziest Spurs offer a sponsored training course through the University of Wollongong, south of Sydney. Well, that is definitely reaching out. So I'm talking about reaching out in this country, but you're talking about reaching out in Australia. And that is massive. That is massive. Nick says Spurs used to have a training camp in Texas during the summer. I don't know if they still do. And this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. You've got to invest, and all clubs need to do. All clubs need to invest into running and going further afield, because although you could have players on your doorstep that could enter the program, I'm going to say enter the program because not all people finish the program and end up getting youth contracts or first professional contracts, but you've got to enter the program somewhere, and it may be on your doorstep or it could be far afield, you know. And at the end of the day, it's nice to see that Tottenham are doing things in Texas and doing things in Sydney and in Milton Keynes, because as I said, I've never ever looked at this side of it. I can see other clubs doing it, as I said, Chelsea, because they're as far down as where I am and where I live, but then I also see them doing it in London when I was living in London. So it's good to see that everybody does it, and that we're doing it as well, because you can find players, as I say, I don't know why this saying comes, but everyone says the four corners of the world. If the world is round, why has it got four corners? Just an interesting quote that people keep saying all the time. Excuse me. All right, so Destiny says I went to the cage football Scorpion tournament at the O2 Arena with my local goals team when I was a kid. Yeah, when you was a kid, Destiny, or for those that had lived in London, did any of you lot play in the Metropolitan Five-a-sides that used to occur just before the summers? So it was always just before the summer. You used to have the Metropolitan Five-a-side league, five-a-side competitions, and normally what they would do is you'd get one team representing each of the boroughs, or you'd get a few. It'd be a few because I represented Westminster at the tournaments every year, but we used to have Stowe Boys Club, and that was in Paddington, and that came under Westminster as well. But Stowe used to represent as well, so it could well be that it was more than one team from each district. But yeah, the Metropolitan Youth Five-a-sides. Did anyone ever play in that? Because that was really, really good. And that was cagey type, but it had boards, like boards. It didn't have fences going right, but it had boards. But yeah, I used to play in that all the time when I was a youngster. I used to get selected for Westminster and play all the time. Round table, good memories, cage football is what Destiny 5 is saying. I just jumped. Destiny says, I know he said that. Good memories is cage football. Nick says it's 7:35 in the morning for him. Vindaloo is here, says big up Jose. I think you was around earlier, Vindaloo, but I wasn't around. I jumped on when I was called. Dave's just chilling. Yeah, Destiny says less than 1% of players make it as a pro. It's madness. Vindaloo says the best footballers are who play on the beaches. Well, are Brazil the best football team at the moment? Because Brazil were the ones that were known to play on beaches, but you know, the players that Brazil have now: Gabriel Jesus, Richarlison. I'll go especially in the Premiership, Paquetá, Douglas Luiz. All these players, they don't remind me of any Copacabana Beach players. They don't remind me of the Zecros, the Socrates, the Jarzinhos, the Bebetos, the Rivaldos, the Ronaldinhos, the Ronaldos, the beach footballers that they used to have in the past. They don't remind me of any of that. So they maybe used to be, but I think they might have been caught up now by cage footballers. Vindaloo. Nita says, my granddaughter has been playing football since primary school. She has been with Arse Hub scheme for years now. I'm happy she plays football, but my face drops seeing her in their kit. At the end of the day, you support your children in whatever they do, and that happens to all of us. David Descares says, they say four corners because of the four winds, east, west, north, and south. That's it. Sorry, I love my history. Thank you for educating me, Mr. David Descares. Same with beach cricket, Vindaloo, in the Caribbean. Yeah, beach cricket, when they used to have, yeah, Curtly Ambrose was discovered. Yeah, beach cricket may have worked for the West Indians years ago. You look at their team now, I think beach cricket has been taken over by cage cricket because other teams are now doing well. I'm just joking. Drula says, let me see what Drula says. Drula says, my boys play at Market Road and Hackney Marshes. You get a lot of scouts coming, but some good talent slips the net. Apparently, you need to hit 10 points to be considered. I used to play at Hackney Marshes years and years ago. God, that's one of the places that I used to frequent and play. Didn't like playing at Hackney Marshes. I thought the pitches were shit. But when we used to have to go and play teams from North London and East London, we used to have to go and represent at Hackney Marshes. It's not, well, I've played on better pitches, put it that way, when I was younger. I played on much better pitches, but that part of London, Hackney Marshes, is just massive. It's just got hundreds and hundreds of pitches. Same as when we used to have to go and play at Regent's Park. Regent's Park was just full of fucking dog shit everywhere. Because it's a park. At the end of the day, they're parks. People walk their dogs all the time. They're parks. And yeah, they weren't the best of pitches, all lumpy and stuff like that. The other one was the Scrubs. The Scrubs by Wormwood Scrubs Prison. So if you played in West London, you had to go and play in the Scrubs. And the Scrubs was same as Hackney Marshes and same as Regent's Park. But I've played on much, much better pitches when I was playing football when I was younger. Much, much better pitches. Senor Jose is going for a 24-hour stream today. No, I'm just about to wrap up, mate, because I've jumped on because other people started this show before me. Angel says, yeah, we got to the semis and played at the Arsenal indoor pitches. Fair enough. I've played at Arsenal at Highbury. They used to have Astro or carpet pitch underneath the stadium, and I've played tournaments at their ground when they was at Highbury in the underneath part. They used to have an underneath part, open air underneath part, and I used to play football there as well, representing and played there. Beach futsal was good to watch. Special goals being scored always. It used to come on before I used to leave for school in the morning. Daniel Coors says, I'll keep it blunt. The Brazil national team these days embarrasses the Brazilians. Good afternoon, Toxic Headshot. I hope you're well. System football is now killing the individual fair players like Ginola Bout. I don't see many now. Toxic, I said this a while ago, that for me, football has changed completely. And that it's now robotic, the match, and you're told to stand here. You've got to stand there. You've got to receive the ball this way. You have to pass it this way. You have to do this. You have to, and people are like statues, and they're being told where to stand and what to do. Where many, many years ago, when we played football and watching football, and this has been diminishing over time now. But if you go back to 20 years ago, you had players that had flair. You had players that were mavericks, players that would do something different, players that played football off the cuff. But we don't get that anymore. We've lost that in football. So I hope football's going through a cycle, and a lot of people will turn around and blame Pep Guardiola for the way that football's played nowadays, because they'll say that he's revolutionised the game in the way that his thoughts and tactics are coming when he's at Barca, Bayern, and Man City, and now that a lot of people are doing the same kind of things. But prior to that, people played with flair and stuff like that, and it depends. If you're old enough, then you'll know what I'm talking about, because you would know that that's the way football once upon a time was played with flair. You had mavericks, you had guns in your team that people would turn out and pay the entrance fee alone for a match just to watch this one player, because this one player would excite and do everything that needed to be done on the pitch. But the fact is that back in the day, we had a few players like that. It wasn't just one player. We had a few players like that, and each team had a few players like that. They'd have the overall maverick, but they'd have players that could do things, and that's gone out of the game. It's become too static and too robotic. The marshes are dreadful, Drula said. I'm going to wrap up, guys, because I've got to start preparing dinner. So let me go. Dosia says Australia has that many recreation grounds and open spaces. It ain't funny. David says we used to play rugby in Japan on Tsu, on a former army bombing range. You could fall and rise a good 5 meters up and down running down the sideline. It was crazy. Destiny says, if you went on the Arsenal pitch, I would have spit on the grass. It wasn't on the Arsenal pitch. It was underneath their stadium. Underneath their stadium, they had an indoor facility. I mean, if you look at all the old footage of when George Graham was there and they were doing their training, Arsenal used to train underneath. So it was a bad day, and that Arsenal had that facility underneath their stadium. And you know, it just so happens that I went and I played a lot of football when I was younger, and I used to play in comps and represent teams and that. And I used to go and play. I played everywhere when I was a youngster, and when I used to play football. And we've got, Toxic Headshot says, I love the Harry Redknapp approach, mate. Yeah, I did as well. And Toxic saying it's facts, what I'm saying. What's on the menu, Jose? Roast? Yeah, roast dinner is what the family want. Yeah, roast dinner is what they want. I'm doing a roast beef today. And he's saying, Chef Jose, Julia, what's on the pot? Angeball says, played loads of cage footy all over the borough of Wandsworth, Battersea, Roehampton, Wandsworth, and I played for Hackney Marshes. I also played for Cobham for a bit, so I've done the rounds. Yeah, Wandsworth, I played over, I think I've only ever played at Wandsworth Common once, only ever once. At Battersea, yeah, I played at Battersea Park, but then I used to play against Battersea Ironsides as well. Roehampton, I've played against Roehampton. Sorry, I've played in Roehampton, but then I used to play at Richardson Evans as well, where Wimbledon used to have their training camp. I used to play there as well. I've played everywhere. A lot of places I've played at in Surrey and that, for playing along the league. So obviously you've played for Cobham, so you played in Surrey as well. So yeah, football is good. It's good to have great knowledge. It's good to have great experiences, and that's why we all love the game. You know, at the end of the day, it's fantastic that we all have footballing opinions. First and foremost, we must all have footballing opinions, and it's great that we've all got football opinions. And it's great that we can all tell our stories, and why we like football, what we enjoy, what we like and we don't like, and we can do it in a respectful manner. And that's fantastic, and that's what we want on this channel. And at the end of the day, I feel that you get real people because no one's in a battle with one another. So well done to all of you for joining. So for those people that joined Ellie and Chang earlier, I thank you very much. For the people that also joined Colin who came on, thank you very much. And for the people that have joined me, thank you very much. It's been well appreciated. And then I've got to say thank you to Dragons D Nuts, who gifted 5 Tel Cockerel memberships, and also Dekaru, who gifted 5 Tel Cockerel memberships. So for them people, they've sponsored the show today. I thank you both very much. But I also thank everyone in the chat for coming in and giving your opinions and your thoughts, because you're the ones that engage the content creator into talking about these things. And we try on this channel, because we're not a big channel, or I'm not a big channel. So what we try and do is we try to read out all the comments and respond and make comments to the comments that you make, because it's interactive like that. So can I thank everybody for tuning in today? Tomorrow prediction show will be on at 4 o'clock. The predictions results that I will give out to the people that entered this week. And I implore people that if you want a bit of fun, join the predictions that we do on a Friday, although this week will be a Thursday because I'm away working Friday, so it'll be on Thursday. And if you go onto the community page, you'll see that we're running a Predict the Football Prem, and we're also running Fantasy Premier League. So if you're interested in doing, or you've entered the FPL already, then put your team in our league. We've got the code there. It's on the community page. Put your team in our league. And if you like doing predictions for the Premiership as well, we've got an online competition going on for this channel, and all the information can be found in the community page, but then it's there as well. So there's a Predict the Prem. It's on the community page, but it's there, and you enter that code and you come into the league. There's only 3 games, or sorry, the Premiership's out 3 weeks already, but it's easy to catch up the points. And then you've got premierleague.com there for the fantasy, and there's a code as well. So yeah, so you got that. So they're both in the they're both in the community page. So yeah, Angeball says, haha, we used to play Battersea Ironsides. My side was Putney Corinthians. So if you played against Battersea Ironsides, you would have played in the Surrey County, in one of them leagues in the Surrey County, Angeball. But it's good. Everyone. The good thing about this is that everybody has a story about football. Everybody knows why they like football, why they support their teams, what gets them engaged, and stuff like that. And that's what you want. Is you want people, and you want to draw on people's experiences and what people are saying in the channel. Draw on other people's experience. Be open to what people say, and you should be free to share your experiences with everybody. Right, people. I'm going to have to call it because I have to go and cook some roast dinner. Can I thank again every single one of you, to the sponsors of the show today, like I said. And until the next time that we meet, I'm going to say it. It's come on, you mighty Spurs. And in the big Ange, I trust. Thank you, everyone. Take care. Have a really, really good Sunday. Peace.